I should probably open Limbus Company as well, now that I think about it. I just forgot to open it. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. But as you can see, I was still setting up stream and it's a late stream. Simply because of the fact that I got busy doing things, didn't realize the time, and I was like, okay, I kind of don't want to stream, but this is gonna be the last, what's it called? This is going to be the last Distortion Detective stream, so might as well, you know, the usual. But yeah. And it is 100% on me, as I was too busy watching YouTube videos, to be fair, about the Half-Life universe, as well as Portal, that I forgot to set up stream and make the thumbnail before I went to sleep yesterday. So that's what led to this situation today, where it's a late stream, but I'm still streaming. And this is most likely going to be my final Distortion Detective stream. Maybe I'll read the rest on my own, or maybe we'll come back to it in the future. Simply because of the fact that I do want to get to Canto 7, to be fair. So yeah, that's about it. For the start, let's just continue with our dailies, and then we'll move along slowly but surely. And yes, you may be aware I did not stream yesterday, even though yesterday would have been the day I should have streamed. To be fair, I probably should have made a, what's it called? I probably should have made a announcement on YouTube as well that I'm not gonna be streaming and taking a day off. But that's on me. Though from January onwards, I do plan to be very upfront about when I'm not going to be streaming and when I'm going to be streaming, because I only announced it on my Discord. I just forgot to announce it on YouTube. But hey, hopefully everyone's been enjoying the holidays. If somebody asks, before anybody asks me, my Christmas... Well, we don't really celebrate Christmas over here, but it was nice. I just spent the day chilling in my bestie's room at his house. That was mostly what we did. So it was nice. Definitely. Okay, nice. I should probably react to the Canto 9 trailer, to be fair. But I feel like I can save that for the start of Canto 7. I do feel like I can save that for the start of Canto 7 stream. Where is it? Go ahead. But hey, at least this entire, I guess, week off of doing Limbus Cantos and stuff, and I normally just forget to log in, or I just don't log in when I'm not streaming. It's making me collect some more modules, so hey, I guess it's good in that regard. Okay. Yeah, go with this. Sure, why not?
빠르게 처리하지.
이것밖에 못하나.
I'll just skip the next one and move on
이것밖에
to.
못하나.
I mean, I'll
그렇게
skip
서
the
있으니
farm of the
목이 떨어질 수밖에.
laxatives for the threads. I don't know why I'm having so much difficulty remembering the exact names of stages, but do forgive me.
올인이었나요?
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하도록.
Alrighty.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄.
Yeah, I'll just skip the battle. You know what?
한
not
달은
really-
의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데.
Not really feeling it
사무소
fight
무너네.
the
승전보가
toad
올렸어.
right about now.
그럼에도 말들은
There we go. You know, it would have been. It's a minor thing, but if a Limbus company made a. Oh. Any energy that goes above your overcap, or you can at least set it. Like, have a setting, have it be an optional setting. Oh, if your energy fills up, it automatically gets converted into a module. I know that would but single-handedly tank, like, I don't know, maybe 10% of the daily active users. But I don't care, just give me the option. Anyways. Right. The job of the game is done. Oh my god. Bro, did I not? Oh, okay. Yeah. Did I legitimately forget to disable this? Oh my lord. I see. So, the entire time I was playing through the Luxative, all you guys were saying was just my notes and hearing me yap on about while hearing the game's music. You could hear the game, but you could not see the game. I see. Well then, brilliant, ain't it? Ah, bro. Okay. Anyways, moving on. We'll continue onwards from chapter 15. Mute the game, because it's time to start reading. And then after the first reading session, I should be able to go to... Yeah, I'll need to take some water. I just forgot to take some warm water with me. Anyways, chapter 15, Westberg, Crabbro. Almost spelled Crabbro. Who's this Crabbro? And who could that tattoo breaking... I am misreading a lot today. And who could that taboo breaking idiot be? The midday sun was shining overhead and over bed when I woke up. Overhead and over bed. Oh, okay. I'd slept for a while, hadn't I? I barely managed to get up and unwind the bandages around my body. It seems most of my injuries healed up overnight thanks to the HP tablet I took. The first thing I saw as I opened the door and to leave the room was Ezra having lunch at the table. Oh yeah, we did. Right, in the last episode, we left the youngins to be discussing things to themselves and went to sleep. Moses went to sleep on her own, right? Yeah. Hello, Rory. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. I know a late stream and I didn't set it up yesterday night before I went to sleep. But anyways, you haven't missed much. I just started. I mean, for it's a nice change of pace. Have you watched Canto 9 trailer yet? No, I have been positively avoiding it. I'll probably watch it on the 29th, when I start streaming Canto 7. So before I jump into Canto 7, I'll watch the trailer. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited about it. Hopefully, though, it's only ID and ego teaser, though. I mean, it's just gonna work out better if I have more people watching. I think. So even if it's only ID and ego teaser, I'll watch it later. On stream. I'll probably make a separate video about it as well, and probably watch the teaser as well. For it, the animated teaser, because I watched it on my own but didn't make a video about it, so that it could be, yeah, I think that could work out. Why not? Anyways, let's continue with the chapter 15. Today's goal is to get to chapter 20 or 21, and this is probably going to be the last Distortion Detective stream for a bit. But as I was saying, I should say, I've been liking these streams because there's not much need to chat is much slower. I can take my time reading stuff, writing stuff. It's a good change of pace than your average stream. I'll say that much. But yeah, I think 3 streams in a row are enough now, especially considering it's been a week now. It's been probably close to a week or almost a full week since I started doing this. Detective, did you have a good rest? Ezra cheerfully greets me from her seat. She was back to her usual lively self, having shaken off all the fatigue and gloom that was weighing her down yesterday. Yeah, is your body all right? Yep, I'm totally peppy now. What would you like for lunch, detective? I don't feel like eating. My pipe made its way back into its usual position, and I headed into the I headed to the terrace. There's quite a few things I need to look into. Ezra, is Yuri in her room? Mm-hmm. She said she's gonna expect the black box we brought from Taeyang Produce Co. I do like a tendency to take the initiative. Enjoy your lunch, Ezra. Gay. Leaving Ezra with a meal, I headed for Yuria's room. Loud noises were coming from the door. Knock knock. I knocked on Yuria's door. Yuria, would you mind if I come in? No, be my guest. When I opened the door, a familiar stairway met my eyes. It's the same set of stairs that I took when I first visited Yuria at Lyre. The room I gave to Yuria didn't have any stairs, nor did it have space for them. It was structurally impossible for stairs to be there. Perhaps this was one of the effects of the psychoment, as Yuria calls it. I walked down the stairs, thankfully with no bears aggressively jumping at me this time. The corridor is decorated with ribbons that vividly show off Yuria's taste. I wonder if she adorned it herself or ordered her teddy bears to do the job. I reached the hall at the end of the corridor. The place feels smaller than last time. It's rather compact even. 8 teddy bears stood around the workbench busily engaging in craft work as sparks flew off. Aha! Interesting. You're here, detective. One of the teddy bears turned around to greet me. I don't remember giving you the permission to modify the office building at your will. I still have many more months of rent to pay for the lease space. Don't worry, Detective Moses. I can revert at any time. You mean to tell me this space is part of your psychoment? Yes, it's my own outlier. I can freely control the teddy bears according to my will here. So, did you find a way back to your original body? No, it seems to be sealed tight. There's still too little we know about Psychoment. Finding a way back to my old body is one of the things we'll have to figure out. Well, then, looks like this is gonna be a long mystery to follow. Yuria casually spoke as if it didn't matter too much to her. I mean, seems like it. She's fine either way. What'll happen if something goes wrong with the original body? If my vital functions ceased and my brain stopped, I would probably die. My speculation is that Psychoment requires the user's mind to exist for it to work, but it's not like I can try crushing my own body to test this hypothesis. How do you handle having meals with that body? I should be alright as long as my body out there is put on a life support machine. The teddy bear can move fine without eating anything. It's my brain that requires nutrition, rather. Yuria shook her head. I'm more concerned about this black box. I've never seen this type of material. That person from Taeyang Produce Co. mentioned L Corp. I'm thinking it might have something to do with its singularity. Are you implying that a wing's singularity has been leaked? Well, it collapsed anyway. I guess, I guess fair enough. Remnants of a singularity. There have been a few cases of a singularity coming off patent after the wing holding it breaks. Aha! Or someone could have scavenged one of the sealed branches, or got all the way into the headquarters, perhaps. Yuria, I'm more interested in learning about the functions and working principles of that box. I can tell you what it does. This box sucks in people's psyche, or their distortions, to be exact. Is it some kind of psychoment? Basically, from what I've seen at least, it could be a psychoment belonging to someone or one formed from artificially created minds and emotions. Creating minds and emotions, an action that is considered a taboo. We'll ultimately have to learn more about the distortion in what you call psycho moment. Yuria naturally climbed onto my shoulder. That's why you're going on a long trip, right? Speaking of which, what should we do with your body when we leave? No, I have not seen Canto 9's Pee-wee. I'll probably watch it on at the start of Canto 7 stream the day after tomorrow. But hello, Cosmic. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. That's an issue I'm still pondering over. I've been tinkering with a few ideas, but for now we should focus on chasing the distortion. We already have a few requests waiting to be read. Aye. I'll hopefully you have a good time on stream. Yuria held her arm to point at the exit. This tiny teddy's growing more brazen with each passing day. This tiny teddy is growing more brazen with each passing day. Sure, let us have a look. I left the room to find a visitor in our office. The atmosphere was ominous. Ezra is sitting on the sofa and facing the guest, looking as anxious as she can be. I can see his back from here, a bright yellow jacket embroidered with a black hornet. Black hornet. Okay. A couple of weapons lay next to him. Having the gall to wear such a blindingly obtrusive color means that he has that much confidence in his skills. Is it a member of a syndicate or a fixer? The guest noticed my presence and turned his head to look at me. Then a deep voice came from his mouth. Oh, then. This is gonna be interesting. A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Moses. Ezra. Man, this is gonna take. I have been doing this for 3 streams now, and I still mispronounce Ezra's name every now and then. This is gonna. I don't know. Is this what it feels like to be dyslexic? You just cannot pronounce the name correctly. Oh, bro. Ezra, who is this person? He doesn't appear to be a client looking to give us a request. I adjusted the positioning of my pipe slightly. Detective, this is... Ezra flundered. Let me introduce myself. The man got up from his chair and turned to me, resuming his speech. I am Vesper Crabbro, fixer working under the direct command of N-Corp and a taboo hunter. Taboo... Damn it. This reminds me that the sly little bear Yuri recorded us the first time we met. Now she was doing her best to act like a lifeless plushie on my shoulder. Bruh. Aye, we finally get to see a flipping taboo hunter of N-Corp. Okay. I have received reports that Moses' office should know about a certain person who violated the taboo of District 14. And who could that taboo-breaking idiot be? I asked, puffing away on my pipe. Uria of Uria Atlier. That's the name of the violator. He answered, fiddling with the hilt of his sword wrapped in yellow cloth. Have you seen her? No. Several people on the street have testified that they saw you enter Uria Atlier. Do you have concrete evidence? Oh, right. Recording footage was forbidden in District 14, wasn't it? Whisper closed his eyes for a moment. I mean, good point. What the fuck do you give as like a proof of evidence? Yeah, what? Yeah, what the fuck do you give it as a proof of evidence? Assuming they just ignore what's it called? Assuming they just ignore what's it called? I was about to say something. Assuming they just don't. Why am I failing so hard today at speaking? It feels like I've been out of practice. Assuming they don't just ignore that question and eliminate the person anyways, because the N-Corp could do that. I don't know. N-Corp very much seems like the company it would do it. It'd be like, oh, we're a N-Corp taboo hunter. What's the proof? Lamau, no. Get wrecked. What's the proof? Is it memories? Is it experiences? There's an experience capture device? The fuck is it? Or is N-Corp going by the logic of, no, we are the only surveillance state here, which sounds suspiciously what's happening in the real world at the moment, but we are the only ones who can record stuff, and we are somehow recording every single thing that goes on in N-Corp. I don't know how the taboo hunter even get notified about this stuff. Ah, they can store memory. I mean, then you would need somebody as a witness, right? If there are no witnesses, that's my question though. What's the source of information that a taboo was even violated? Are you gonna tell me that they've partnered up with B Corp for some damn reason to be informed of all the taboos? That's what I don't get. What's the original source of information? Is it eyewitnesses? Is it like a secret surveillance network that nobody knows about? Or is it something else? He handed me. Thank you for your cooperation. If you ever happen to witness Yuria, please mail me at this address. Ah, okay. If you please, email me at this address. He handed me his business card. I will, Mr. Vesper. Ezra, I guess just leaving. Okay, detective. Ezra rose from his sofa seat to open the office's door for our departing guest. As Vesper walked past me, he whispered into my ear. That's quite a cute plush toy on your shoulder. Why, thank you. Wesper briefly stopped at the entrance, then gave us a nod before closing the door. Ezra, start packing up. Now, I calmly spoke. Oh, an independent fixer violate? Sorry. A fixer under Incorp. Hello, Five is to Office Survivor. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. Whisper Crabbo. Well, did you? You didn't really miss much. You just missed me reading chapter 15, but that's about it. We got introduced to our first taboo hunter that I've seen for Encore, and I was just questioning how the fuck do they even know that a taboo has been violated? What's their source of information? But anyways, I guess we won't know until much later on. Until Canto 10, I don't know. Whisper Crabro. Alright. Yep, fully yellow with a hornet symbol, I guess. Anyways, time to write some things, shall we? So, unmute the game music, pull this up. That I'm... Hold on a moment. I don't think so. More salt. Oh, the stranger. More salt Limbus company. Thank you. I just need an image of him. Come on. Yes. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. The eyebrows are a little different. The facial structure is a little similar. Though they are yellow streaks. Does not wear glasses. Yeah, they're two different people. They're two different people. Hey, I don't know. It could come as a twist. Oh, could you imagine the twist that Morsalt was a taboo hunter in fucking Encore? This is a very out there theory, but imagine if the Morsalt was a taboo hunter. That's what they changed from the Stranger's original book. And trying to tie it into things. That's what they change. Or add as like an additional twist. I mean, it would be a twist. I'll definitely say that. It would definitely be a twist. Yeah, we shall wait for another 9 months or something, because Canto 9 is about to arrive. Sorry, we shall wait for about a year, I guess. 9 months to a year for Canto 10. And we shall see how it goes. Anyways. Right, I was about to take notes. I mean, it is confirmed. Which Canto was it? I think it was Canto 1 or 2 that did confirm that Moersalt did work for Encore before. No. Okay. Yeah, it was Canto 3. It was Canto 3 during the whole Sinclair fiasco in K-Corp. Yeah, that's when Moersalt confirmed that he was a prior Encore member. Yeah, don't trust the AI summaries. Cite your search of the source, because AI messes up quite a bit. He was not a part of Negel and Hammer. It was explicitly mentioned in Canto 3, I think, that he wasn't a part of that. He was a part of another group. Along those lines. You're much better off, like, actually going at his wiki page and reading what's written there about his current lore. Joking, am I right? I mean, don't know if this guy is gonna make an appearance, but I don't know. Okay, even though, truth be told, I kind of didn't want to stream today, simply because I just wasn't in the mood, but then I thought, like, okay, this is gonna be the last Distortion Detective stream, so I might as well, you know, I might as well. And it's gonna take, and it takes some time to read and then compile that into my notes as well. So what happened in this chapter? Basically, Moses woke up. Yuria. Yeah, I think that's the first thing we can mention. Yuria manifests her psychomint in the basement. Yeah, Yuria manifests a psychomint in the basement, which her workshop is a part of, I think. So now the basement is larger. Wait. No. Yuria manifests a psychomint in the basement, which her workshop is a part of. This means that she can manifest and unmanifest her workspace. non-Euclidean geometry shenanigans going on here. Some non-Euclidean geometry shenanigans are going on here. Pretty neat. And yep, it's basically her workspace. I don't remember giving you the permission to modify the office building at your will. She can freely control the teddy bears according to her will. Another interesting note is that in her workshop we get confirmation she can control all the teddy bears in her workshop. The interesting notice that we get confirmation she can control all the teddy bears in her workshop. Yeah. Which I figured it would be the case. I figured this would be the case. Alright, there we go. One thing to be highlighted is the fact that the user's mind, the psychoment user's mind must be functioning or just exist, must be functioning to be able to use Psychoment. Yeah. To be able to use Psychoment. To be able to use Psychoment. Okay. Yeah. That's what did happen. How do you handle... In Yuria's case... she is at the moment providing her brain enough nutrients to keep functioning. Alrighty, that's that done. What's the next one? So basically you put her on a life support machine and then that's gonna be it. Some of the scaled branches. Okay. So Wing's technology singularity can be leaked. I mean, it'll come off pattern after the wing holding it breaks. Distortions to be exact. Or one form of artificial. They're theorizing the distortion inducing box that we know of from Limbus company is being theorized to be able to suck in people's distortion. It could be a psychoman belonging to someone or one formed from artificially created minds and emotions. People's psyche. Yeah, fair enough. I've been shrinking with a few ideas, but for now we shall focus on chasing the distortion. What should we do with your body when we leave? That's a good question, but I guess we'll see. Our first encounter with a taboo hunter from N-Corp. Our first encounter with the taboo hunter from N-Corp. Well then, let's see how that's gonna end up being. Adjust the positioning. He's here. I mean, let me note down this guy's name. Wesper Crabro. You know, I find it funny because it almost sounds like his name has crab in it. Like he's saying, Wesper Crabro. Don't you know? I am the crab bro. Limbus company and its interesting names, let's just say. Okay. Named. Name. Whisper bro. He's here after seeing. He's here for the taboo Yuria had broken in her workshop. Back in... Wait, which chapter was it? Was it chapter 10 that she broke the taboo in? Or is it chapter 9? I forget. My workshop. I.e. that is... showing the recorded footage. Recording footage. And showing it to Moses Ezra. Yeah, showing it to Moses and Ezra, so that's how it's gonna go. Vespa is an Italian brand of scooters. Oh, I got a funny image in my head because of that, so... So Vespa Crabro on a Vespa scooter going on his usual job of taboo hunting under N-Corp. Quite the image, I must say. Oh, bruh. Recording footage and showing it to Moses and Ezra. I received reports that Moses' office should know about a certain person who violated the taboo of District 14. Yuri of Yuri Outlier. That they saw you enter Yuri Outlier. So closed his eyes for a moment. He seemed to be absorbed in thought. He soon opened his eyes. This encounter does raise an interesting question about how the taboo hunters of Incorp operate. What's their source of information, and what evidence can they provide? Can they provide for it? As far as I am, since they ban photographs and recordings of any kind, I can perfectly imagine the hunters not giving a frick and eliminating the target anyway. Yeah, I can perfectly imagine the hunters not giving a frick and eliminating the target anyway. It's Incorp. It's Incorp. So this encounter does raise an interesting question about how the taboo hunters of Incorp operate. What's their source of information? Okay. And what evidence can they provide for it, since they ban photographs and recordings of any kind? You can perfectly imagine the hunters not giving a frick when eliminating the target anyway, since it's Incorp. The other theory would be they have some some secret surveillance in the entire city or something. Theory would be they have some secret surveillance in the entire city or something. Related to their singularity, perhaps. Perhaps. But anyways, guess we'll know. Guess we will know more in Canto 10. Does that mean surveillance cameras for private property is legal? Probably is. Because the first thing he said as evidence was eyewitness reports that you went to the Uria Outlier And what's the concrete evidence? I don't know how they do stuff. They probably have a singularity that prevents those sorts of things from getting too out of control, or they could just send in taboo hunters. Like, they have at least some sort of accurate way of observing things and being notified about it, right? So they can send in their taboo hunters. But we shall know in the future. I calmly spoke. Why? Ezra, stop packing up now. I calmly spoke. Apparently we're going somewhere. Chapter 16. Dogui Combat Office. We just need to hold out for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Okay, so we escaped the... Alright, I gotcha. So we escaped because they have their suspicions on us. Fair enough. Chapter 16. Dogui Combat Office. I'll mute the game music now. Just need to hold out for 2 weeks. An ordinary hotel in District 14. I checked into the most average room with 2 beds I could ask for. Ezra and I sat on a bed. Yuria's old body lay on the other. And next to me is Yuria in her plush doll body. Isn't it way too humid in here? My cotton's gonna get moldy. You sly teddy bear. Perhaps she knowingly broke the taboo as a means to keep us all hostage. I'd bonk her on the head if it could hurt her. We left our office to escape the taboo hunter's eyes. He most certainly noticed that we were hiding something as soon as he met us. Those kinds of fixers simply cannot be avoided. Anywho, how come they immediately send a fixer that appears to be at least grade 2 after us? I'm curious if the rules apply only as a Matrixzry thing. If I remember, it applies on both the back streets and the nest. I don't know where I heard it from, but yes, the office is on the back streets, the Moses office, but the Uria Outlier, since it was said that it was one of the top, workshops in the nest, I would imagine it was in the nest as well. Who knows? And he looked to be great too. It's not common for a wing to dispatch a fixer under its command to deal with something as trivial as filming a fight in the back streets. Ah. It's not common for a ring to dispatch a fixer under its command, because to deal with something as trivial as filming a fight in the back streets. Yuria, do you happen to have a previous track record of breaking taboos? Oh. 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 Well, Yuria, I guess this is the end of our relationship. Junior, it was fun while it lasted. Ladies, like it or not, we're in the same boat already. Tell me why the two of us should risk our lives to protect you. Our own come before investigating distortions or psychomint. And what's chasing us right now is neither. You're not running a combat-oriented office. It's all for psychomint, of course. I rewatched the video of you using the smoke pipe and the giant emerging from that black box countless times. That's how I could make many theoretical advancements in our research. What? Don't tell me the glasses we wore there were actually detective. I never asked her to put any kind of recording function in the glasses. Ezra waved her hands and shook her head. That cheeky little bear. I put my hand to my forehead. You mean everything that happened in Taeyang Produce Code that day was recorded? Yes, until the disgusting rivet took the glasses off your faces, that is. So, so everything in the building was recorded, and the glasses they were wearing had that functionality. Ay, ay. Ezra waved her. Okay. Why didn't you tell me? I was scared you'd kick me out. You would have at least stopped me if you knew, but if I didn't make any record of psychomint or the distortions, this research wouldn't go anywhere. That's why I was quiet about it. Yes, that's fine and all, but Yuria, I put a hand on the teddy bear's head and pet it. Remember, if you hide details that could put us in mortal peril one more time, then I'll part company with you for real. Understood, Detective Moses. Yes, that's a good girl. All right, Ezra, tell me your first impression of Vesper. Ezra has a keen sense when it comes to combat. Since she enjoys fighting, she's excellent at discerning a strong opponent from a weak one. This can't beat him. Ezra declared that outright. Ezra is honest when she says she's no match for someone. That person reeked of blood. He's probably fought more battles than I can count. He might be stronger than Jun Sombe too, which means he's definitely grade 2 or above. One who is an expert in murdering at that. Detective Moses, can't you defeat him with your psychomint? Your smoking pipe could take down the gigantic skeleton the other day. This kid seems to be mistaking me with Red Mist. Well then. Yuria, confronting the humans is a different issue. There's a fundamental contrast between a distortion filled with naught but murderous intent and a person who was trained in the art of killing. A person like Wesper, who has overcome numerous life and death situations, won't give me any time to breathe into my smoking pipe. He'd slice my arm off or break it before I could take a single peep. What if Ezra Sunbei earned you some time just like the last time? Junior, I'm not sure I can style that guy at all. Silence fills the room. Only the sound of the ventilator fan disturbs the stillness. Well, we got ourselves into quite the trouble, huh? If we can't find the Hornet head on, we'll have to outsmart him. The best way would be avoiding having to fight him altogether. The first thing I can think of is fleeing District 14. Yuria suggests, crossing her arms. A simple idea, but sadly not foolproof. There's 2 weeks of time until we take the warp train with the tickets we received. The Taboo Hunter could catch up with us easily if we just drove along the road. Detective, I got one. Go ahead. Maybe you should hire a super duper strong fixer to fight for us. Yeah, hopefully they'll buy us enough time to run. Do you have any personal connections with grade 1 or grade 2 fixers who specialize in combat, Ezra? No. I'm doubtful they'll take our request in the first place, if there were any. Opposing a fixer who directly belongs to a wing essentially means opposing that wing. That is essentially the riskiest of businesses. Detective, that means he'll stop bothering us once we meet up with Heijun Sombe in District 11, right? It'll certainly be less trouble for us if we pass the buck on him. We just need to hold out for 2 weeks. I need to find someone who can buy us that much time. Ezra, do you have the most recent issue of the monthly Fixer Office catalog? Of course I do. Ezra rummaged through her pockets and handed over the paper book she found. I skimmed through the catalogue, densely packed with advertisements and promotional phrases for all sorts of offices, carefully scanning the section for combat-oriented ones. There's one useful-looking office that's not too far from here. Dogway Combat Office, a Grade 2 office, unaffiliated with any association. 17 members, operates 24 hours a day, open year-round. Normally, it's extremely risky to use an office with no assurance from any association. It could be linked to dangerous syndicates, but in times like these, it's a perfect pawn for us. They won't ask what's going on, all they ask is for money. Aha. Alrighty then. Well, how much money do we have? There comes the second problem. How much money do we have, exactly? Quite literally playing with fire. Ezra, I'll go outside for a bit. Okie dokie, I'll get my gear. No, I want you to stay here and keep Yuri's body safe. But, Detective, it's dangerous to go alone, and it's late evening, too. Don't worry, Ezra. You're very reliable to have around, and I'd love to take you with me if I could. But I'm leaving you here so you can keep Yuria safe. I'm counting on you. Okay, Ezra answered, hanging her head. I'll be back as soon as I sign the contract. Yuria hopped onto my shoulder, and I left the hotel room. An evening street lit by the setting sun. Achromatic, distorted people are on their way home from work, their heads turned downward. The scenery is the same as ever. People stroll the streets, bearing distortions that look similar to one another, but not quite the same. I reckon these scenes will forever remain this way. A crude signboard that reads Dogway Combat Office is hanging outside a 2-story building. The light on the sign was flickering, suggesting it has endured many years. This building seems even more dilapidated than humble. I took the stairs to the second floor. When I opened the door, I was greeted with the sound of a chime and a fusty stench. Guys, we got company. Followed by someone's loud voice, people in the office extinguished the cigarettes in their hands and started bustling about, organizing the space. Here, please take a seat, ma'am. A person who appears to be a desk jobber led me to a seat. There's not a single room separated with walls in this office space that appears to be around 20 pyong in area. The floor was a plain surface of grey cement, not covered in any flooring at all. Okay. I parked myself on the seat and took my smoking pipe out of the inner pocket of my coat. Is this really a grade 2 office? Where do all the earnings go if none of that money is being spent on the office interior? I guess we'll have to see. Doesn't look like someone who'd usually come to a place like ours. Got someone you want to see dead? The man sitting on a sofa with a haughty posture talked to me, scratching his head. The sunglasses-wearing person seemed to be the boss of the office. I'm here to give you a request. Well, you do look like you're wealthy enough to afford our service, and you seem pretty old too. I wonder what's your business coming all the way to our office? Let me guess. You got a problem with inheriting your fortune to your kids or something? Welp. As the boss bursts out laughing, the office crew laugh along. Talk about an utter lack of dignity. What do you think we are? Some kind of shabby local office made out of hicks? We've been through hell and high water. Say, let me have a look at your business card if you've got one. I took my card out of my coat pocket and handed it to him. He briefly lifts the sunglasses to scan through the card. His 2 eye sockets are empty. A distortion. Not a severe one, though. Oh. Okay. Well, that's something. 2 eye sockets are empty. Randomly mentioned. Moses' office, mysteries and unsolved cases, 7 Association affiliate. Some weird stick you're up to. He put a serious look on his face. He stared to the floor for a moment before looking back at me. Name's Zhang Li. I'm the rep of this office. He gave me his business card. Zhang Li, representative of Duogui office. Grade 2 fixer is written in rough handwriting as a note of his current status. Let's get to the point. What does a brainy office want with us? I want you to protect my office for 2 weeks. I'll pay you as much as you want. Made an enemy of someone, eh? Happens pretty often, don't it? The fixers in the office collectively nodded. So, how many escorts do you want? Every fixer in your office. Must have made one huge fuss, haven't you? Once again, you'll get enough payment to compensate. Who'll we facing? I remained silent. You smoke? Oh, I love smoking. Let's take a moment to talk alone on the rooftop. Smoking a cigarette, Zhang Lei looked up at the ceiling, at the sky. A forest of buildings are surrounding the landscape. Night fell in the streets already. So, your job is to solve weird and odd incidents? I nodded, smoking with my pipe. Oh. You see, I have a kid. Problem is, she shut herself in a room and just won't leave. Well, you giving me a request now? People's gotta help each other out, ma'am. Maybe it's just my thick head, but something beyond my comprehension is going on in my home. If you can solve this problem, I guarantee you'll have my whole office keeping you safe. Can I get a discount on the request fee then? Come on, aren't we doing you a huge favor by not asking who you're up against? Now you're just being greedy. I laughed with him. Yeah, right, Ares is a much better negotiator than I am. Can you offer an escort right now in that case? The location is room 1306 in the business hotel on Chilly Street. A few useful guys will be on their way to that address right away. Good. I'll hear more about the strange happenings in your house as we head to your home. Well, that's the deal then, yeah? I nodded and shook hands with Zhang Li. Tobacco smoke bellowed from the roof for a good while. Okay. Interesting. I don't know if this guy's gonna survive, but sure. You know what? Sure. We'll see. We'll see what happens to this guy. Chapter 16. Let's write some notes about this and also mute the game music. On the suspicion of the Incorp Hunter, Incorp Taboo Hunter, being after them, Moses and Co. change their location to a humble hotel in District 14. Hello, Miascarado. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continuing to have a good time on stream. Welcome. I really should after writing this, I'll go ahead and take water. I need to drink water. That's what I need to do. Moses notes that it is highly unusual that it's highly unusual and Corp sent a grade 2 fixer to the office for a random backstreet footage. For a random backstreets fight footage. As a result, she asks Yuria if she has broken mortar booze, only to discover that their entire journey in the produce company up until the people stream distortion was being recorded in their classes. We are in quite the trouble now. We are in quite the trouble now. Well. Now hopefully she does tell us, moving on, about the stuff she's doing. She didn't tell Moses about this earlier out of a fear of getting kicked out, not being able to properly observe and analyze. Not being properly able to observe and analyze. Okay. Not being properly able to observe and analyze the psychoment in action, along with the distortions. Moses does remind her to not hide details. Details which could concern their mortality going forward. Concern their mortality going forward. Huh? Okay. All right. Now that that's done, we come to the conclusion that the Incorp Hunter, Taboo Hunter, is too powerful for us to handle alone. Not even alone, just for us to handle. The only sensible plan becomes to bid their time until time with a protection. Bid their time with a grade 2 office to protect them. The plan becomes to bid their time with a grade 2 office to protect them for the 2 weeks. After which they would be able to go on. They'll be able to go to Elcorp. Basically. The only plan becomes to bid their time at the Grade 2 office to protect them for 2 weeks, after which they would be able to go to Elcorp. Well, I guess we'll see how this is gonna go. At least that's the plan. They do find a suitable office in the back streets. Bow Grade 2 office. It's in the back streets with no affiliation. A crude site. They do sign a suitable Grade 2 office in the back streets with no affiliation. after getting there, after getting there, Moses is getting there. Moses notices a quite the dilapidated okay, quite the dilapidated office. No clue where the grade 2 money, where the money they earn gets spent. Here to give you a request. Scratching his head, the sunglasses wearing person seemed to be the boss of the office. When you're in a mess, request a shady guy to jump in the mess with you. I mean, but works out, of course, depends, but in this case, it works out in her favor. Who we're facing remains silent. The meeting ends with both the reps giving each other requests. The rep from what was the name? Dogwe office wants Moses to solve this strange case of a daughter of a kid being a shut-in. Being a shut-in. Kid being a shut-in and not leaving, not coming out. Wants Moses to solve the strange case of a kid being a shut-in, not coming out. In return, Moses settles for immediate protection from some of the people here in this office. Settles for immediate protection from them at the hotel. At the hotel. Yeah. The rep from Dogway office wants Moses to solve the strange cases of a kid being a shut-in, of his kid being a shut-in and not coming out, and return. And Moses settles for immediate protection from them at the hotel. Not motel. Motel's a different thing. Hotel. What did you miss? Hello, welcome back. First office survivor. Didn't really miss too much. We just went through chapter 16. After this, I'm about like 2 minutes, not that long. I need to warm up water and drink it, or else my throat is not gonna have a good time. Let's just say. Okay. Yep. I'll hear more about the strange happenings in your house as we head to your home. Alright. Zhang Lei is the name of the office representative. Interesting. Anyways, that was what happened in chapter 16. Let me just recap the notes real quick. It did take quite a few paragraphs. On the suspicion of the incorruptible hunter being after them, Moses and co. changed the location to Humble Hotel in District 14. Moses... that is... Moses notices that hello, definitely not Firefist. Welcome to the stream. We're reading, and welcome back, Cosmic. How long have I been reading? I'd say like since an hour ago. Yeah, that'd be it. I am reading and also taking notes. But so, welcome to the stream. Definitely not Firefist. Hope you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. The chapters do go up to chapter 42. Today is going to be the last stream. Goal is to reach chapter 20 or 21. Then I'll continue with Canto 7. The day after tomorrow, because as much as these streams have been a change of pace, and I do like him, hey, I do want to get back to Canto 7. That's why. I don't know if I'll read the rest on my own or like in other separate 3 streams. All I'm gonna say is we'll see. Though if any of you feel like you want to see my reaction, I feel like it would be better to read the rest of like the chapter 22 onwards on my own and take notes as I go whenever I do feel like reading, because I'm gonna be very busy going from January onwards. Let's just say trying to, because I'm gonna be putting my hand in the 3D software creative jar and trying to make something in Blender. So yeah. Anyways, Right, I was reading my notes real quick, so let me just recap my notes. So Moses notices that it is highly unusual that Corp sent a grade 2 fixer to the office for random backstreets fight footage. As a result, she asks Yuri if she's broken motorboots, only to discover that the entire journey in the produce company, up until the people's stream Distortion, was being recorded in their glasses. We're in quite the trouble now, Rip. Oh, right. She didn't tell Moses about this early out of a fear of getting kicked out and not being able to properly observe and analyze, and the psychoment in action along with distortions. Moses does remind her to not hide details which concern their mortality going forward. We come to the conclusion that the Incorp Taboo is too powerful. Taboo Hunter is too powerful for us to handle. The only plan becomes to bid our time. Okay, hold on. The only plan becomes to bid our time with the grade 2 office to protect them for 2 weeks, after which we would be able to go to Elcorp. I mean, no, actually, no. Yes. Bid their time. After which they would be able to go to Elcorp. They do need a suitable grade 2 office in the back streets with no affiliation. They do find a suitable grade 2 office in the back streets with no affiliation. After getting there, Moses notices quite the dilapidated office. No clue where the money they earn gets spent. The meeting ends with both the reps giving each other requests. The rep from the Dogway office wants Moses to solve the strange case of his kid being shut in and not coming out, and in return Moses settles for immediate protection from them at the hotel. Yeah, that's about it. That is legitimately about most of the important stuff that happened. Chapter 17. Aquarium. Alrighty. Alright. Now, we should be good to go. And I'll be right back. Where is it? No. Wrong preset. Yeah, I'll just be right back. Give me a bit to warm up some water. My throat is not having a good time without water. While the water does warm up, if you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you very much. Give me about Yeah, in about a minute and a half more, and I should be able to come back pretty quickly. Alright, it's gonna take me longer. Give me like 3 more minutes. Something came up, sorry. we're back. Sorry, had to do something real quick. Alright, is the stream going fine? Let me see. Yep, it's fine. Not surprised, basically nobody's watching. Eh. Alrighty, let's continue, shall we? One of these days, I'm probably gonna need like a bit more of a be right back animated screen. I guess that's one of the things I can work towards making. I don't know. Whenever I get around to doing it. Anyways. So let us continue with chapter 17, shall we? Let's start reading. Mute the game. Alright, stream is going good. That's good. And let us see what this ends up being. A shrill shriek strikes my ears immediately. Zhang Lei led the way to his house. It's not too uncommon for a child to lock themselves in their room these days. The cause must be a trauma of some kind. This problem is highly likely to be related to the distortion in that case. Besides, weird noises are coming from my daughter's room every night. Maybe you should have more respect for a kid's privacy? It's nothing of that sort, ma'am. I've killed a whole lot of people in my life. I know the sounds of tearing flesh and breaking bones all too well. It's that gruesome and morbid noise. Something that shouldn't be heard from a kid's room, seeping out, along with my daughter's screams. I'm sure you have tried forcibly opening the door. Am I correct? Sure I have, but whenever I grab the doorknob or try to break the whole door, it always pushes me away, and the noise would get louder and more bruising the harder I try to open that door. I'm in a rough spot whether I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. How old is your child? How long has it been since she locked herself in? 17. She's been in there for almost 8 months now. College entrance must be concerned as well if she's stuck in there instead of studying for it at school. You see, my daughter's Faye attending a virtual school. She's never missed a class until now, and her grades were fine last I checked. Virtual schooling. Oh, hey. Very interesting timing. Let's just say very interesting timing when this was originally posted, this chapter. Students take lessons in a virtual space. It's a type of school preferred by parents who value the safety of their kids since they don't have to pass by potentially dangerous alleyways to get to school. An advantage shared by boarding schools. A parent like him who engages in violent work would especially pay more attention to the child's well-being. And there would be one other thing my brain just can't understand. What would that be? Water's leaking through the door. I don't know if it's blood or seawater, but some kind of liquid is flowing out bit by bit. We gotta see how this virtual school works in the city. Let's just say, because this is the first time I'm hearing about it, that they actually have virtual schooling. I put my hand on my forehead and whiffed my pipe. A distortion that has already materialized. That makes it a lot trickier to resolve. I'll have to see for myself how severe it is. Zhang Lei's house was located in the residential area of the back streets. It's one of the safest places outside of the nest. A complex of 30-story apartments lined up like packs of cigarette. Ah. It's akin to a cage for chickens. I followed Zhang Lei into an elevator. The lift slowly rises, creaking and rattling. His house is on the 18th floor. As the elevator doors opened, the lamps in the hallway detected our presence and flickered on. Zhang Lei took a key out of his pocket to open the door to Unit 1807. The door opens with a sharp grating sound and an unlit hall greets us. You live alone? Everyone has their stories, ma'am. Zhang Lei forced a bitter laughter. A shrill shriek and strikes my ears immediately afterwards. Zhang Lei let out a sigh. That's the sound I was talking about. Your daughter's name was Faye, right? Mm-hmm. I walked to the room where the scream came from. What I faced, what I was faced with was a giant aquarium in red. The door had disappeared. The room was full of red water, about to overflow. Damn, okay. Colorful aquatic plants lined the interior, gleaming in the light shining from above, as though there was a hole in the ceiling leading to the sky, and the silhouette of something massive is slowly drifting afar. Check this out. Red water is leaking from the door, just like what I told you. It seems Shang Ling can see what's in this room. That means the materialization is not yet complete. Alright. We're both in luck. This seems to be the case of a phenomenon I'm an expert on. That's so? I'm counting on your help, Doc. Zhang Lei bowed low to me. I have one thing to ask of you. I need you to trust me no matter what I do from here on out. What's about to happen won't be anything normal. He nodded. Standing before the room, I took a deep breath. This would get my mind as wet as a drowned rat. I held my smoking pipe in my hand. This red water is a manifestation of depression. Oh! I let out a wide breath, which turned into a cloudy mist that shrouded me. I remember taking a similar request before. If I went into that room unprepared, I would drown in the melancholy of Faye. The white whale surrounding me protects me from such mental corrosion. Being soaked in someone's sadness is a dysphoric experience comparable to no other. I touched the barrier of water. Faye, I'm going in. I took a step into the room, my ears submerged along with the rest of my body, cutting me off from all external sounds. The inside is closer to a lake than a sea. Ah, it's filled with fresh water, not seawater. The water isn't salty. This child's sadness isn't the briny, tear-jerking kind. You can talk now, Yuria. Yuria jumped out of my coat pocket. I put her on my shoulder. Phew, that was so suffocating. Because the taboo hunter is after us, I forbade Yuria from speaking in most occasions. Him or others could be eavesdropping on us any moment. This space, it's quite similar to your workshop, isn't it? It certainly is. It's much bigger on the inside too. There might be something guarding this place, like the muscle bears in my Atelier. You don't have as a Sun Bear to protect you this time, so you'd better be careful. It's been quite a long while since I worked on a case without Ezra's help. Now that I think about it, if it weren't for her, I would be long dead before I could solve half of the cases I've dealt with. I'm guessing she got bored and fell asleep alone in the hotel room by now. This place is so eerie yet beautiful. Yeah, we should practice extra caution with beautiful distortions. The sound of laughter echoes from somewhere. I exhaled a red breath, the pipe assured the form of a sharp crimson blade. Detective, I just heard a sound coming from over there. Faint laughter underwater. Yuria pointed to the right. When a sound is heard in a mysterious place, should I approach the sound's source or move away from it? It's a problem I still don't have a definitive answer to, even after doing my job for so long. I'll have to trust my intuition in the end. I walked toward where the sound came from. Yuria, is there anything you can do to assist me in that body? Afraid not. You bold-faced little plushie. You just cursed at me in your mind, didn't you? Well, I can't assist you directly, I can provide you with a bunch of prototypes I've brought. I tried making ribbons for each color. If you have a function you'd like to use, just tell me and I'll tie up your pipe with the right ribbon. What kind of functions can I expect? Well, there's quite a diverse range of functions. They mostly depend on your emotions, so I can't give you the details there. You can just ask me for the feelings you need right away. I look forward to it. Ask for the feelings I want. I'm not sure if that's the right attitude for a technician to have. Uh, How do you usually solve cases like this, Detective Moses? I should figure out the cause. After all, there's a reason for everything. I trace along clues one by one, such as why this room is full of water, why the color is red, why it isn't salt water, until I can identify what's at the root of the distortion. Does this count as a severe case of distortion? Maybe. Every person is different, thus every person's distortion is different. I cannot begin to fathom the depth of the trench that is the human mind. Therefore, it's difficult to judge a distortion's nature hastily. I'll have to knock on their minds and confront them myself to find out, which is frankly an exceedingly tiring work. Repeating such thoughts, I kept walking forward before I finally reached the culprit behind the laughter. It's mermaids, as I expected. Oh, mermaid. Interesting. Mermaids, you say? Mermaids, you say? Wonder what's that all about? Wonder what's that all about? Anyways, nothing to see here. Absolutely nothing to see here. Yeah, after Canto 5, the mermaid, whenever I hear mermaid in Project Moon Universe, it's like, I have an interesting image in my mind, let's just say. Alright, let's start writing our notes, shall we? So, I should probably write his name as well. Zhang Lei. Name of the office rep of Dogway. Grade 2 office. Name of the office representative Dogway. Grade 2 office. I know the sounds of tearing flesh and breaking bones all too well. Something that shouldn't be heard from a kid's room, seeping out along with my daughter's screams. Okay. The distortion tells us about the weird noises and screams he hears coming from his daughter's room. Every night, accompanied with a. Did he say it was accompanied with a? Okay. Accompanied with a constant stream of red red liquid. Yeah, let's just say red liquid. Since they don't have to pass by potentially dangerous alleyways to get to school, an advantage shared by boarding schools. A parent like him who engages in violent work would especially pay more attention to their child's well-being. A random side law, but virtual schools are a thing. Virtual schools are a thing in the city, which is it's something, let's just say. Considering the time of this chapter's release, that's basically the first wave of course, COVID-19. If I remember, because that's July 13th July 2020. Okay. Basically exactly when. The city is a weird place where we live in a cyberpunk world where there are still wooden-looking pirate ships using sail. Hey, it's... if you really wanna, and if you really gotta, you can just make up a wing, attach some concepts to it, you're good to go. That's it. It'll naturally find itself a time period where most of the some out of place things would be there, but others would just fit in. I think it's more so district and corporation related, to be fair, compared to anything else. And of course the unique quirks of the city, so to speak, of there being dumb robots and yeah, people who have augmentation and other things, because like insane taxation on guns, which is interesting. All right, that's the side law. I put my hand on my forehead and whiff my pipe, a distortion that has already materialized. That makes it a lot trickier to resolve. I'll have to see for myself how severe it is. Okay, I don't think I need to note down that his apartment complex of where Zhang Lei lives. His house is on the 18th floor. Zhang Lei took out a key off his pocket to open the door. Leave it alone. That's the sound I was talking about. Okay, we reach the apartment of Zhang. Only to be reach the apartment of Zhang to be greeted with the grill, ear-piercing Oh, the shrill cry of something coming from the daughter's room. The door had disappeared, the room was full of red water about to overflow. Colorful aquatic plants lined the interior, gleaming in the light, shining from above as though there was a hole in the ceiling leading to the sky, and the silhouette of something massive is slowly drifting afar. The distortion. Now let's note some things. Let's take some notes on the distortions. The distortion this time is a serene red colored lake occupying the entire space. The distortion this time is a serene red-colored lake occupying the entire space of the daughter's room. Complete with aquatic plants. Aquatic plants here and there. Complete with aquatic plants here and there. There we go. And the silhouette of something massive is slowly drifting afar. The red water is a manifestation of depression. Gotcha. To protect herself from the red water, being a manifestation of depression. Moses clouds herself in a white smoke mist from her smoke pipe. Nice. We're learning more and more functions of the pipe as time goes on. No, the fresh water, not seawater. The water isn't salty. This child's sadness isn't the briny tear, joking kind. Here was a quote. It's much bigger on the inside too. There might be something guarding this place. The space of this distortion is much bigger on the inside. The space of this distortion is much bigger on the inside. There you go. Sound of laughter echoes from somewhere. Exhale the red breath. The pipe assume the form of a sharp crimson blade. We should be extra cautious with beautiful distortions. Why is that the case? Same as Uria's workshop. I guess we'll see later on. When the sound is heard in a mysterious place, probably don't know if she should approach it or not. Uria offers Moses her prototype ribbons. Try making a ribbon for each color. If you have a function you'd like to use, just tell me and I'll tie your pipe with the right ribbon. It'll depend on your emotions, so I can't give you the details there. You can ask me for the feelings you need right away. For the feelings you need right away. Hello, Distortion Detector King. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. Yuri offers Moses her prototype ribbons. Depending on the emotions. Depending on the emotions. Wait, did I interpret this correctly? Depending on the emotions Huh? Offers Moses her prototype ribbons depending on the emotions she want. I think that's the right interpretation of what Yuria said here. It's alright. Ask for the feelings I want. I'm not sure if that's the right attitude for a technician to have. I should figure out the cause. Okay. Severe case of distortion? Probably. At the end, it is highlighted that each distortion is different. At the end, it is highlighted that each distortion is different, being based on every person being different than one another. It's gonna be interesting. Okay, so a good question I would have is, would the distortions depend more so on your life experiences and your nature? Because then I can ask the same question. Okay, pick up, I don't know, 10 Heathcliffs from the mirror worlds. Each one would have would each one have a different distortion? This makes me raise a question of... Erase the question. No, I want this one. Okay. Would each version of a person from 10 different mirror worlds have a different distortion? distortion. I want to know if the distortion is mostly based on life experiences. And if it's mostly based on life experiences and the nature of a person. Well, we might have to see. You might have to see. It's mermaids as I expected. Well then. Mermaid distortion. We do get confirmation that it's a mermaid distortion. Mermaid distortion. Where have I seen this before? Anyways. Let's go to chapter 18. Okay. Alrighty, let's meet this. I think in that case they will be similar but still different from one another. Alrighty then. Since we don't exactly know. I mean, we know the cause of the distortion, but Carmen did say that it was based on your most inner desires, your form, and what you would be obsessed with or changed into. So the desires can also change. We'll have to see. We will have to see how all this goes. Anyways, chapter 18, A Carp and Mermaids. The carp sings, crying. Well then. They're mermaids with the body of koi, the faces of humans on the bodies of colored carp. Their long hair flutters. The faces of humans on the bodies of colored carp. The long hair flutters. That big dumb fish was singing again. It's like she can't take a hint at all. Don't you think it's lame how she writes cringy lyrics to sing with that voice? I would have been a much better singer if I was born that size, don't you think so too? 3 mermaids are sitting around, loudly chatting with each other. Their eye sockets are empty, just like Zhanglei's. Perhaps there's a linkage to be found between them. The 3 merfolk appear to be communicating with their voices alone, unable to see each other. One of the striking features of the merfolk is the power in their voice. Every merperson I've seen in my job possessed an ability related to voice, one type or another. And the ability of these merfolk here seems rather straightforward. The voids they loudly chatter between red thorns as they become red thorns as they escape their mouths. The thorns are then shot towards somewhere. Sometime later, a sound could be heard from a distance. Mind if I join in on your conversation? Someone is singing out there, I reckon. Who are you? Excuse me, but we weren't talking to you? Jeez, what's a stranger doing listening in on us? You were talking and laughing so loudly we couldn't help but hear it. Crossing her arms, Yuri rebutted. It's still a rude thing to eavesdrop on others. We're just talking by ourselves. Mind your own business. Sheesh, what a scary world. We can't even talk in peace. I apologize. We didn't intend to overhear it. Please understand that our ears have no choice other than to pick up the sound traveling through the water. We need to know what's going on in this place, Yuri added. Did you come from above? We don't say we only hear or talk. One of the mermaids asked. We did come from outside, although aren't from the above. I had a feeling you weren't from around here. Here's a word of advice. There's a few rules you should follow here. And what would those be? First off, you gotta pluck your eyes out. That's right. We don't see, we only hear and talk. Seeing is the most dangerous thing you can do here. This place looks rather beautiful, though, Yuri asked. That's precisely why. It's so dazzling and beautiful it could kill you. So we gouged each other's eyes out. It's so... Okay. How many mermaids like you are here? Dunno. I think I heard voices of about 100 of them today. There's still a bunch of surviving friends out there. Survived from what exactly? From that huge monster, obviously. What else could there be? Anyway, if we let you hear too much of our voices, you know nothing is free in this world, right? What do you want us to yield? I wouldn't mind compensating you for the things you told me. Your voice. Share your voices to us. You said this is your first time here, so we'll be content, yes, and only take small portions from you two. In my opinion, distortions, to be honest, is weird because the distortions in the book are wildly different than the ones we see in the game, although domains might be equivalent of mental spaces in the book. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think it's much different. It kind of works on the same logic as well here. You won't be unable to speak. Blah, Detective Moses, they're starting to freak me out. Yuri hid behind me. I paused for a moment to think. I'll have to follow their rules for a while. You can take my voice, including this kid's share. Detective Moses! Yuria, trust me. Well, fine. The three mermaids took turns to kiss me. Each time their lips touched mine, it felt as though something was being pulled out of my throat. Oh? Hey, I didn't expect your voice to taste this good. They say a voice gains a savory taste as it ages. That's so true. The mermaids babbled on with much livelier and louder voices. So it's the volume of your voice. My voice was only has half as much volume as before. It feels rather raspy as well. Detective Moses, are you all right? Yuria worriedly asked. Yeah. Let me tell you one more thing. You better not speak too much here. Not all mermaids will take voices gently like we do. You'll only have so much voice to spare. Then again, our existence would be pointless if we didn't talk now. That's why we talk non-stop and look for more voices. Where can we find the giant fish you were talking about? It's where the screams are coming from, and the place that shines so brightly, it's headache-inducing. She She's got a stupidly massive voice pocket. It just never runs out no matter how much she sings. Once again, red words spew from her mouth, become thorns that fly somewhere. Moments later, a scream is heard. Ah. Oh, wait. Is it about like somebody who wants to sing and do something there, but the virtual school here and the things being said behind her back calls her to distort? All right. Let's go ahead here, shall we? Thank you. Leaving behind the mermaids, I headed for the direction where the screams came from. They still noisily chatter as if they wanted to be heard by others. The large monster they mention and the source of the screams must be Fae. It would appear that Fae's or Distortion is attacking her. Yuria, is it possible for your teddy bears to attack you? Sure, it's possible. There's no way I would make such an order, though. I control the teddy bears like they're my hands and feet. You can slap your own cheek if you're bothered to. You mean what I see? This could possibly be a form of self-harm. Uh-huh. Okay. All right, I actually didn't think that far ahead. 17 years old, a student, virtual school, red water, aquarium, freshwater, carp, mermaids, song, voice, thorns, self-harm. I slowly enumerate the clues and make possible connections. Discord with someone at school, delicacy of a child at puberty, desire for a beautiful voice, urge to sing, self-loathing, attempted suicide, severed relationships. There's still much leeway for guessing. This pool of red water was created from someone's blood. Blood from a wounded heart, most likely. Stagnant water means melancholy. The gloom is typically distorted in the form of water. Sadness full of sorrow manifests as seawater, usually with a deep blue hue. The subject often burrows deep into their own hearts, settling the ocean depths. On the other hand, blood red water is a disruptive kind. This place can be compared to an aquarium or a shallow pond, a body of stagnant water glowing in bright powder pink that is neither dark nor deep. An aquarium of depression where destructive impulse subtly rests. Repeating such thoughts in my mind, I slowly walked toward the epicenter of the sounds. Whenever the screams paused, I spoke with blind mermaids passing by. With every mermaid talking about screams, I gained more information about the where the sound is located. As I get closer to the sounds, more red thorns quickly flew past me. I turned around to deflect the ones flying directly toward me with my sword as I advanced. Not long after, I encountered a giant carp emitting a bright pink glow. I let out a sigh of relief, finding the host of a distortion in this expansive space it has created is half the battle won. The carp radiated such a brilliant light it was akin to a gemstone. Myriads of red thorns are lodged in its body. The colossal carp lets out painful screams. Blood is gushing out from the wounds. The carp sings, crying. A dreadful distortion created by herself. Dead mermaids litter the floor below the carp. Mermaids who still have eyes are lured by the light. When the mermaids approach the carp, long arms emerge from its mouth and pull her in for a kiss. Those hands then gouge the mermaid's eyes out, bleeding from the emptied eye socket. The mermaid rides and sinks to the bottom, unable to scream. Yuri and I were watching that scene with bated breath. Damn, okay. All of a sudden, a red thorn grazed past my cheek and nailed itself in the carp. The white whale, enfolding us pops, we slowly doused in the red misery without a shroud to protect the mind. The carp's reddish light directly enters my eyes. My mind is slipping in. I tried to block the light with my palm. Yuria, hand me a ribbon with the feel of enveloping something purple would be good. I can hardly speak at this point. My voice was so small and coarse. Here, I wrapped the ribbon Yuria gave around the smoke pipe and exhaled a deep, violet breath. Dark smoke billowed from the pipe and surrounded the carp, holding it in place and restraining the light it emitted. I approached the carp and removed the thorns stuck in its body one by one. The carp shrilled each time a thorn was pulled out. The piercing shrieks invoked visions of Faye's past in my head. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just wanted to sing. I pulled out a thorn. You were always alone at home. I pulled out a thorn. You became friends with fellow students who enjoyed your songs. I pulled out a thorn. You were happy that your friends would listen to the songs you wrote. I pulled out a thorn. But those friends changed as time passed. I pulled out a thorn. Your friends only liked you for your pretty voice. I pulled out a thorn. They were only interested in your voice, not the songs you made. Pulled out a thorn. You began to think that your friends were jealous of you for that reason. You thought you were being hated. I pulled out a thorn. You were upset. You started hating your friends. I pulled out a thorn. That's why, Faye, you pushed away your friends one-sidedly. I pull out a thorn. You became all alone. I pull out a thorn. Faye, the mermaids that are inflicting pain upon you are illusions you created. I pull out a thorn. You created a space to feel hurt and vent your anger. Pull out a thorn. Maybe the malice your friends bear is an illusion as well. You'll never know until you have a heart-to-heart with them. I pull out a thorn. Doubt and anger fostered by presumptions you make on your own will only harm you. I continue to pluck out the thorns. My ears are bleeding. My consciousness is barely holding up. She can be categorized as a type who experienced rejection from others. They create a space for themselves and swallow the anger inside it. Without a vent to dissipate the rage, the emotion will eat away at them. The last remaining thorn is pulled out. You'll face many hardships similar to this in the future. Please don't hurt yourself because of that. We need to have the courage to check the true feelings of others and ourselves. The process will surely be uncomfortable and painful, just like now. Feel free to contact me when you feel troubled with it. We'll ponder on the matter together. Bloody water poured out of Faye's room. Faye and I were swept along by the flood and landed in the living room. Zhang rushed to Faye and hugged her. That's another case solved. There's still a few scales left on Faye's face, but this is a good enough outcome. Oh, bro arrived right at this moment, huh? Doc, I don't know how to express my thanks to you. Yeah, I need to get rid of this habit of when I'm reading on stream, especially sometimes I'll not read the sections. I'll just read it in my mind and then go a bit further, and then I'll read what's like a page after without reading it out loud. Goes to show that sometimes my voice does need a few breaks here and there. Alright, let me drink some water first. If you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I really appreciate all the support I've been getting on the streams. Thank you very much. Zhang Lei kept bowing to me to show his gratitude. Pay more attention to your child. I know your job keeps you busy, but you neglected her too much. Yeah, I really should. Thanks again, Doc. Knock, knock, knock. Someone bangs the door. It's 2 in the morning right now. I have a bad feeling about this. Zhang Lei pulled a Wadao from his dimensional glove. Doc, stay here for a moment. He headed to the entrance. I carried Faye on my back and returned to her room. The front door was knocked out of the frame and flew into the house with a loud noise. There's a person named Moses here. Vespa Crabbro, that's his name. That's his voice. Well, who are you? Zhang Lei asked back in an intimidating tone. Vespa Crabbro, associate fixer of N-Corp and a taboo hunter. Please spare me a moment. I have business to handle here. Let me guess, somebody broke the taboo? Correct. Whisper shoes audibly sound on the flooring. Hey, why don't you take your shoes off at least? Click, clank. I can hear him open each door of the house. You ain't listening for shit, huh? Whisper was almost at the door to Faye's room. The floor is soaked with water. Where's this blood? Doc, run! A yellow blade flashed before my eyes. Zhang Lei's Podao blocked Wesper's sword. The sharp noise echoed throughout the house. Zhang Lei of Do Gui office. I've read a report on you in the past. Well, ain't that an honor? Dr. Moses, please take good care of my daughter. I gave him a nod. Wesper adjusted his glasses and scowled at me. The sounds of swords clashing against each other blared from the house for a while. Noises of furniture breaking down. Clamor of tussles and rough shouts. I hurriedly went down the apartment, carrying Faye on my back. I couldn't afford to wait for an elevator, so we took the stairs. The noise of them fighting could still be faintly heard as I descended. We reached the ground floor. Something dropped from above with a heavy thud, causing the concrete floor around it to cave in. I laid Faye on the ground. The dark shape rose from the ground as it came under the street light. Ospar's yellow clothing was smeared with blood, and the blood wasn't his. He's holding something in his hand. He then tossed it to us. It's Zhang Lei's head. I kinda guessed, not gonna lie. I legitimately kinda guessed this was bound to happen. I placed my smoking pipe in my hand and let out a pale blue breath, and red blood gushed out. Before I could finish breathing, my right arm fell to the ground along with the pipe. Vesper was already cleaning the blood on the yellow blade on his sword. I couldn't even see him draw it from the sheath. I've collected testimony from 50 people. This record is enough justification for me to execute you in District 14, Moses. He put the yellow wando back in its sheath and slowly approached me. Any last words? Wesper spoke in a deep voice, adjusting his glasses. Okay, so the main thing that the fucking taboo hunters go with is testimonies, and probably taking a look at their fucking memories as well. They'll probably pretty up. I mean, come on, it's fucking NCorp. What do you expect? They'll pretty up the action with, oh, we took testimonies. And then it's a forceful intrusion of their privacy, of what's going on in their fucking mind. And then they exactly watch and confirm details with itself. But still, how the fuck do they know that a violation of a taboo has happened? That's my first thing that I wanted to know. I still have no clue. But I guess we'll see. They literally hunt down a color office in another wing. Yeah, true. In Leviathan, they did do that. Badao, a Chinese edged infantry weapon similar to a guandao. It has a handle of 1 to 2 meters, 4 to 6 feet. It looks a bit like a spear with a long blade or some sort of halberd. Ah, Huando, a Korean single-edged sword used strictly with one hand. It is curved slightly and has a length of 70 centimeters. The Hunter, Chapter 19. Alrighty then. This was... Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting lazy. I kinda wanna just finish the story. So, I will probably read this again at my own time. You won't get any more Distortion detective streams out of me, because I want to start the flipping Canto 7, and then I'll be busy in January onwards, so that's why. But yeah, I'm going to stop taking notes. The plot has really hooked me in this stream so far. I mean, at this chapter. So I'll just go forward and simply read. I'll take notes at another time when I have the time to do that on my own. Chapter 19, The Hunter. It's a harpoon, not an ordinary spear. The plot is plotting. I'm more interested in hearing what you have to say. Do you want to take my life? Blood is flowing out of my severed right arm. All I can do at this point is run my mouth. Dr. Moses, I do not enjoy killing people. I don't wish to stain my body with blood that I don't need to see. So, what is it that you want? First and foremost, the most important task, retrieving the original footage that was recorded. Vespa shook his head to check his watch for a moment, then resumed his speech. Second, moving you, Ezra, and Uriah, the three people who broke the taboo, to Encorp. Apparently, Uriah was not the only one guilty of violating the taboo. They don't immediately kill those who break the taboo. How considerate. Well, that's how things are. But no one who's been sent to Encorp for infringing the taboo has ever returned, to my knowledge. I mean, they're probably getting experimented on, because this is a nice... This is the perfect excuse to turn them into experimental test subjects. Really considering the fact that they're trying to somehow... going after mirror worlds, then doing research on distortions, as we saw in Canto 6, in the basement, and in Leviathan, and other stuff with the new League of Line. So that's a healthy amount of test subjects they take in. Vesper glared at me and readjusted his glasses. Dr. Moses, make no mistake. I could decapitate you right now and store your head in a preservation cube. And why aren't you doing so? Vespa has something he needs to coax out of me, something he can get from me. Knowledge about the distortion? It doesn't make much sense for a taboo hunter to inquire about the distortion. Vespa's objective is to bring Ezra, Uriah, and I to his employer. He seems to have located me easily, then he might be aware of Ezra's location as well. Perhaps he already took care of her. However, he would have no need to hesitate if I were the only remaining target. Now I get it. Finding Ezra and I should be easy for him, but Uriah? Even if we found Ezra and Uriah in the hotel room we booked, he'd only have an unconscious body on his hands. It would be difficult to imagine via common knowledge that a conscious body has been transferred to the small teddy bear of all things. Not a replacement body or a convincible alternative, and Vesper is pressed for time right now. If he had enough to spare, he would have severed my head like he threatened to do just now and searched my brain for the relevant information. This shows that he has no time to do even that. This gives me leeway for negotiation. He needs to know something only a conscious Uriah knows. He's yet to find the original recordings. Only Uriah knows where they are. They are to be inside Uriah's workshop. In that case, I have time and information as my weapon. Well then, about to head out, but take care. Alright, Masquerada, we'll see you in the next one. Do prepare for the next stream, because it's going to be the start of Canto 7. Can't have you missing that. But yeah, see you in the next one. Take care. Looks like I'm the only conscious person who has a lead on the whereabouts of the original footage, and you're running short on time. Whisper furrowed his brow. It seems it's my turn again. What happened to Ezra? Fine then. Let's show a bit of honesty to each other. After I answer your question, you'll answer mine in return. Okay, alright. This is gonna be interesting. 1 for 1, eh? I'll take it. And you still haven't given me an answer for my last question. I lost Miss Erza. She was a quick-witted one. I was quite relieved to hear the news. I still could not fully trust him, however. It's my turn. Dr. Moses, do you know where the original copy of the footage you've recorded is located? I know that the footage is in Yuria Atlai. At the same time, I don't know how to access her workshop. Yes, I know where the footage is. I don't know how to get there, though. Oh, Vesper raised his eyebrows. What did you do with Yuria's body? It's in my car, and I haven't laid a finger on it. I answered your question, so let me ask mine. Can you figure out how to access the location where the footage is? I can figure it out. I can simply ask Yuri about it. Even if I had no way of knowing, this is a question I'm obligated to answer with a yes. If I said otherwise, my usefulness would expire to him. Vesper believes what I'm saying. This question is one asked by someone expecting to hear a truthful statement for every question. He's more honest than he seems. I've gained all the information I need from him. Vesper is likely to be telling the truth. That would mean Ezra is alive. Yuri's body is fine as well. All I can do next is have faith in Ezra. I can. What happens to us once we follow you to Encorp? I'm afraid I don't know. That, all I can do is hunt down those who violate the taboo and send them to Encorp. Vesper looked at his watch again. All right, I believe we can now make a deal. As you pointed out, I have little time to spare. I will only take you along with the original footage, Dr. Moses. I will forfeit the hunt for Ezra and Yuri as of now. I would advise against attempting to bargain for more for your information. Fine. Yuria, open that lie for him. Yuria squirmed out of my coat's pocket. Vesper quietly stares at us, showing no reaction to the moving teddy bear. Detective Moses, I told you, you should trust me. Understood. A door is needed to get to my outlier. You should use ones in Mr. Zhang's house. Can you make some time to go back up the apartment? If we must, we'll go up as you ask. Your arm and the smoking pipe will be in my possession. You'll have to come with me anyway. After I nodded, Vesper came to my side. He took out a stasis preservation cube from his inside coat pocket and stored my right arm in it. Putting the cube back, Vesper covered my shoulder with the dressing. He then put Faye on his shoulder, who was still lying on the ground unconscious. He bent his knees to lower his position and stretched an arm at us. Yuri and I watched Waze's bizarre series of movements in silence. We have no time to take an elevator. Come over here. Do we really have to do this? Dr. Moses, I cannot waste a second. Disgusting. Okay. She does not like being hugged. Gotcha. With people she doesn't know. Vesper left to the 17th floor of the apartment with Faye and I in his embrace. He has tremendous muscular strength. He must have gained it through a multitude of augmentation procedures. I assume he partakes in ceaseless physical training as well. We are back at Zhanglei's house in an instant. All the furniture in the house is now severely damaged or broken. Blade cuts were vividly showing on the walls. I could guess how fierce the battle was despite its length. I merely acted in self-defense while executing my duty. I hope you don't have any hard feelings toward me for killing an acquaintance of yours, Dr. Moses. He's a dangerous kind. He switches his attitude in an instant and entices people into bringing their guard down with honeyed words, saying that he didn't do it because he didn't want to. This man could have easily neutralized Zhang Lei without killing him. In that sense, Versa is a pro when it comes to hunting people. He knows when to apply psychological pressure on his targets and when to loosen them up. Every action of his is calculated. Whisper gently put Faye and I on the floor. Yuria, open the workshop. Yuria climbed out of my pocket and touched one of the closed doors. The door vibrated briefly. Done. I want you to enter first, Whisper said. Adjusting his glasses, it had to be an unfamiliar sight for him, but he doesn't appear phased at all. I picked up Yuria, who was standing in front of the door, and placed her on my shoulder. I opened the door to the now familiar staircase to Yuria's atelier. I slowly walked down the stairs. Vesper followed us from behind, keeping a distance. After coming down the stairs, we were walking along the corridor leading to the hall. This is where the real battle starts. Yuria, the bears. Right as I whispered the words to Yuria, I rolled forward. All the bears in Yuria Atli rushed out at once. Teddy bears armed with the blades as on their paws jumped at Vesper. There was a flash of yellow light. The heads of the bears dropped to the ground before they could even reach him. A large bear with an axe descended from the ceiling, aiming for Vesper. The bear split in half before touching the ground. While Vesper's sword was busy cutting apart the bears that desperately ran toward the exit, numerous bears gang up on Vesper. Every single one of them is sliced up before they can touch him. Keeping Vesper occupied is good enough work for us, however. Yuria, you can't pump out an unlimited amount of bears, can you? Of course I can't. I'm about to faint from dizziness. I'm squeezing my brain right now. Yuria struggled to speak, clinging to my shoulder. Dr. Moses, I am disappointed. Vesper's quiet mutter reached my ear. I arrived at the stair leading up to the outside, and I told Vesper, You'll find the footage you're looking for at the end of that corridor. You best settle for retrieving the footage. Vesper is surrounded by a legion of teddy bears. It's physically improbable that he'll come for us immediately in that state. I just need to take a few more steps up the stairs. I intend to keep my word. I am taking both you and the footage. Light flashed for a split second. I fell down on my face with a groan. A spear penetrated my left thigh and nailed itself to the floor. Damn! This is a tool for hunting humans. It's a harpoon, not an ordinary spear. Damn it. The hornet was embroidered on his clothes for a reason. Uspan hurriedly approached me, slicing up the bears around him. I tried to pull the harpoon out of my thigh, but it won't budge. I don't have the strength to remove this. Yuria tries to help me, but to no avail. Fallen on the stairway, I lifted my head. All I can do was climb up those stairs. Muswa was now right behind me. The exit seems so far and faint now. I suppose taking your head was a better idea after all, Vesper adjusted his glasses. This will not happen again. So this is how it ends. Hectopascal kick, 10 times the acceleration. Ezra landed her foot on Vesper's chest with incredible force. Vesper was flung far away at a remarkable speed. Let's go! Ezra. Detective, are you okay? Ezra was also covered in injuries. Just look at me and tell me if this looks okay. Ezra Sonbei, Jr. Yuria hopped excitedly. Ezra responded with a wide smile. She must have been worried about Yuria because she couldn't protect her body from Vesper. But it's still too early to be relieved. Most foes would have been reduced to pieces of flesh and blood the moment they came in contact with Ezra's flying kick coming down from the height of a long stairway at full force. However, Vesper was only knocked away by its impact. That monster of a man. Ezra, please get rid of this thing stuck in my thigh. Okay, detective, hold still for a bit. I grit my teeth. The harpoon was removed from the ground once Ezra gave it some force. Detective, can you get up on your own? Ezra has no time to help me up. She has to face Vesper, who will come back for us in no time. Sunbei, I'll help Detective up with my bears. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Junior. Small teddy bears appeared and lifted me. They probably manifested from the last of Yuria's mental strength that she could squeeze out. The bears carry us and speedily climb up the staircase. Elsa, follow us right away. With a blast of sound, a yellow light sparks breaks from the end of the corridor and dashes toward us. In the fraction of a second, Ezra caught the blue blade between her palms with a clapping motion. Okay. Excellent. Vesper remarked, shaking his rumpled hair with his vacant right hand. Detective, you should go first, Ezra shouted. Ezra, get up here as soon as you can. As soon as you see a chance, I shouted back. Don't think I can do that, sorry, Ezra answered. A bloody struggle. Let's go. Let's go, chapter 20. I'm so happy I don't have to take notes right now and not ruin the flow of what I'm reading. Nevertheless, Ezra moves forward. Because I think I might win this if things go well. Clap. The edge of the sword in Vesper's left hand is facing toward Ezra, and she's desperately keeping the blade from getting closer to her. If that's true, that's crazy. That she might win this if things go well. Vesper strikes Ezra's ribs with his unoccupied right hand. A noise echoes. The blow sends Ezra flying to the wall. She then rebounds to deliver a kick to Vesper's head. Vesper's glasses are knocked off his face. He stumbled for a moment, but he soon regained balance. Ezra wipes the blood on her mouth. You're talented in combat, a yellow light flashed, but you do not have the talent of killing people. Blood spilled from Ezra's chest. She took out the Nestor workshop hammer and swung it downward, only to land it on thin air. Damn it. If only I had my soaking pipe. I could have leveraged the situation in her favor somehow. I was halfway up the stairs. There's absolutely nothing I can do other than helplessly watch Ezra. Zombie, remember what we talked about the other day? Yuria shouted urgently. I know, Junior. Come to think of it, the mask that always used to cover Ezra's face wasn't there this time. A yellow light flashed once again. The flashing light left a trail across Ezra's waist. Sparks flew up with an ear-splitting screech of metal. Ezra's left waist is padded with an object akin to a sheet of steel. Oh! Augmented armor, is it? I must wonder why you haven't used it until now. This is my first time using it, so... Flashes of yellow light sparkled from Vesper's left arm. A piece of armor blooms wherever yellow light strikes. The blade leaves yellow trails as it slices through the armor, but it fails to leave a deep cut. Ezra shrugs off Vesper's attacks and swiftly closes in on him. That's my Ezra. Ezra's psychoment is thoroughly protecting her. That's a psycho moment? Let's go. All of them have, huh? Or a psycho moment. She drills a fist into Vesper's chest without hesitation. The sheer force of the punch produced a sound wave that resounded through the workshop. Vesper flinched with a cough. Ezra gives him no rest from the flurry of her fists. Vesper is steadily being pushed into the corner, coughing up blood. This battle is under Ezra's control now. She gives her opponent no room to brandish their sword. Ezra knows well how to fight someone armed with a bladed weapon, but Vesper is just as persistent. He won't fall down or let go of his blade. Even though his face is already covered in blood, he won't lose his balance, despite seeing Ezra completely dominate the fight. I can't be at ease. I must reassess you. Vesper mutters something. Ezra ignores his mumbling and continues to punches and kicks at him. Groin. Left chest. Damn, groin! Okay. Langreal prominence, right waist, left calf, solar plexus, left cheek, solar plexus, groin, rib, left thigh, groin again, left waist. Ezra's fists strike every known weaknesses of the human body that could be fatal. Vesper groans, but he does not collapse. Yuri and I reach the top of the stairs and escape the outlier outside of the door. We watch Ezra's fight with bated breath. A sharp, high-pitched sound was heard. Vesper is holding a harpoon in his right hand. That harpoon was lying on the floor behind Ezra mere moments ago. There was a hole in the armor covering Ezra's left shoulder. Blood leaks from the injured door, yet Ezra does not step back. She continues to pummel Vesper with her right hand. Oh, that's an interesting. Oh wait, I think I know what the strat is going to be used now. I think I know what the strat is going to be used now. Prediction: they're going to try to lock, basically seal him in the workshop. Because that was one of my questions that I wanted to know. What happens with the location-based distortion if you get which only has an entrance which can you know, randomize to an extent? What happens if you get lost in it? Do you integrate with the distortion? In this case, psycho moment, or do you just stay there? Because it's a different space altogether, right? Kind of like a bit of the same question of the warp train dimension. The harpoon was lying on the floor behind Ezra mere moments ago, and there was a hole in the armor covering Ezra's left shoulder. Blood leaks from the injured shoulder, yet Ezra does not step back. She continues to pummel Vesper with her right hand. Vesper held the harpoon short and stabbed it into Ezra. Ezra took quick steps to dodge to the side, but she couldn't outspeed the thrust. The harpoon penetrated deep into Ezra's side. Nevertheless, Ezra moves forward, and she wrapped her right arm around Vesper's. Shrink. This is the sound of bones breaking. Ezra broke Vesper's arm and snapped it. The harpoon tumbles to the floor. However, Vesper's eyes have not gone lifeless. He stares into Ezra without blinking even once. Those eyes are dangerous. Ezra cannot finish this fight. She will die if this goes on. The fight needs to end right this instant. Ezra, get up here now! I shouted at Ezra from the top of my lungs. She instantly backed off, kicking Vesper in the chest. Yes, detective! Ezra rapidly sprinted up the stairs. Vesper has his gaze fixed on her. Yuria, seal the workshop! I yelled, ready to shut the door. The harpoon is lifted in front of his eyes. Ezra climbed the staircase in a matter of seconds. She's only one step away. A yellow light flashed before my eyes. It can't be anything other than his harpoon coming at full speed toward Ezra and toward me. Believing it Ezra, I slammed the door shut with all my strength. The vibration sent a tremor through the building for a while. I am fortunately alive. The harpoon couldn't break through the Atlas door. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot more than fucking brute strength and maybe some other powers to forcibly break open a distortion. and Ezra. Detective, what will do with your arm and leg? Doesn't it hurt bad? She was checking on me first, even when she was badly injured herself. We all survived the hunter. I heaved a sigh. God damn. That was a very nice fight scene, not gonna lie. That was a very nice fight scene. Looking around the living room, I was greeted by the fixers of Doe Gui office who were still alive, and Faye was at the center of them. There's many pieces that need picking up here. Chapter 21 Road Trip. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Let me just, I'll be right back. I should probably drink some water as well. I feel like I may just end up reaching till chapter 25 if time allows me at this point. And right, I should probably, now that we're not really going to have much use for the notes taking, I'll just, you know what, I'll still keep it up. Why not? I'll still keep it up just so it doesn't look weird. But yeah, be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Having to drink water, unfortunately. I think I will read, what's it called? Actually, let me do this, yeah. I think I'll just read a bit more, to be honest. No, that's not what I want to interact with. Come on. That's not it as well. No, that's not it. Come on. Yes. There we go. Alrighty. Don't mind me, just getting confused with some selecting the wrong OBS settings at the moment. Alright, we're good to go. Let's see. Yeah, stream's going fine. Good. Nice. Let's continue, shall we? Chapter 21, Road Trip. Yeah, let's help ourselves to a fair bit when we get there. It seems 5 fixers out of the 17 of Dogue's office have survived. They're just as badly wounded as we are. Some have lost their arms and most are drenched in blood. It's evident that Vesper's end goal wasn't senseless murder. He exerted the precise amount of violence that was needed to carry out his mission. He most likely withdrew from the hotel as soon as he secured Uria's body. My father has passed away, Faye said. I suppose you're responsible for it, and it's all the thanks to you that I could leave that room. Sorry about that. It was my father's work to work in such a perilous business. True, our work is a risky one. Who's the current representative of Doguay office? I'd like to settle up the charge for this request. As per the tradition of Doguay office, Miss Fay here will be inheriting the position as representative of the office. One of the fixers spoke, a hereditary office, a combat office with a hereditary system. This office values loyalty above all else, as I suspected. Moreover, the new leader is a student who hasn't reached adulthood yet. It's unfortunate, but it's clear as day as this office will disband sooner or later. Well then, Faye of Doguay office, let me ask this straight. Are you going to hold us responsible for this? The room fell quiet. My contract with Zhang Lei was a verbal one. There's no document to prove that Zhang Lei died protecting us as a part of his work. The worst case scenario would be her escalating the issue into violent conflict as payback. We'd have to fight tooth and nail against people with equally tattered bodies. Our fate is in the hands of this young representative. Everyone, let's take time to heal up before we continue the conversation. I have a lot I'd like to hear from you. Faye suggested with a calm voice. She's a wise child. Ezra broke into Vesper's car and extracted Uria's body. Her body was untouched, just as Vesper said. We returned to our office with it. Vesper was surprisingly gentle about combing through our vacant home, it seems. Our office looked nearly identical to how it was when we left. Ezra and I took an HP tablet and went to sleep. There was much we wanted to discuss, but we were on the verge of collapse physically and mentally. We decided to save talk for the day after. Doguay office, lunchtime. The three of us sat on a sofa. Faye modestly sits on the leather sofa that her father used to frequent. President Faye, may I explain our situation and stance first? Yes, go ahead. I made a deal with Zhang Lei, the previous representative of Doguay office. The contract was to hire all fixers of the Doguay office for 2 weeks. I needed their help because we broke the taboo of District 14 and a taboo hunter began pursuing us. I agreed to pay as much as they demanded according to the rules of the office. However, we only vaguely discussed the payment and never decided on an exact sum, and I didn't disclose the identity of my pursuer to them. If I told them I was being chased by a taboo hunter, most would refuse to take the request. So Zhang Lei gave me another condition to solve the strange happening taking place in his house. I had informed him that I run an office that solved mysteries and unsolved cases, which likely led him to bring it up, and the peculiar occurrence in his house was related to you, President Fei. I followed Zhang Lei to his house and saved you in my own way, thus fulfilling one of the conditions of our contracts. Shortly after I solved the case, the taboo hunter came to the house to capture me, and Zhang Lei died in the process of defending me as part of the contract. This is the way things happened. You're telling the story in such a dry tone. I also risked my life to save yours, mind you, even though there's no physical proof. I can say with certainty that I made a deal with him that involves lives and money. I know. It's not that I distrust you. I just hope to hear you express your condolences to my father. Yes. I personally feel quite grateful to Zhang Lei as well, even after knowing that his opponent was a taboo hunter. He didn't hesitate to brandish his weapon against him in order to protect me. You know, despite how bad the city is, I'm gonna be honest. Despite the business they're in, this office, I do like loyalty. I do like the loyalty there. Although it would be fairer to say that he did it for your sake, Faye. And I heard from Ezra that she managed to escape from the hotel thanks to the fixes of your office. Oh! Ah, appreciation and condolences to Zhang Lei and all the other fixers of the office who passed away knows no bounds. Ezra slowly nodded next to me. Yeah, your words hopefully comforted my father's spirit a little. They looked down for a short moment. The request our office has taken isn't over yet. We will protect the people of Moses' office for the remaining 13 days. Yes, boss! The fixers of Dogway office answered in unison. I'm quite touched by her kind heart, but I must say, it feels like a child playing boss more than anything. The office has already lost most of its strength. A cool-headed representative should nullify a baseless request like this and focus on reorganization. I know that my decision may seem silly to adults. You're probably thinking it won't help us in the long run, but here's something my father once told me. Our office is bound together with loyalty, so I'd like to repay you for staking your life to rescue me. Besides, you promised to ponder on my troubles together. You'll have to be alive for that, right? She got me there. This child may have a faint heart, but she's a person of will. Hey, respectable. Crane, please contact my sister offices. Tell them the Dogue Way office is requesting help. A fixer standing next to Fei nods. Thank you, President Fei. Our office is deeply indebted to you. I stood up and formally showed my gratitude. Hey, it looks like she was keeping an eye out on her father's business, wasn't she, huh? My father taught me what to do in case this day arrived. From now on, I'll have to learn from the people here. They stared into space for a short while, immersed into thought. Let's settle up the request fee now. I'll set the amount based on the customs of Dogue office. She's meticulous in her business dealings, at least. Ezra, I'll leave this to you. I came up to the rooftop I fished out a cigarette from a pack with my left hand and held it in my mouth. I have to light it up as well. What a nuisance. Blowing out smoke, I thought. What lie ahead of us? Right. One arm. No. One arm. No. Smoke pipe. Detective Moses, what will you do about your smoking pipe? That's what I'd like to ask. What will you do about your workshop? My ally will be out of commission for a while. I've wrung out all my brain power, so I won't be able to reopen the ally anytime soon. And conjuring up bears to wake for me is another mental chore. Both you and I have become useless. Actually, no. At least I can still see the distortion. I'll work like a dog once my lion back in business. Yuria spoke in a tiny voice. Detective, I've got a huge discount. Ezra came running with a delightful look. Looks like the negotiation was a success. I pulled another cigarette out of the pack. Ezra deftly lights the cigarette in my mouth. Detective, where will we get a new arm for you? Oh, and what about the smoking pipe? You've come at the right time. We were just talking about it just now. I'll have to get a new arm before we head to District 11. Ezra, may I leave you to choose the right model of prosthetic for me? Yeah, you bet. I'll find one that suits you real nicely, Detective. I'm taking it off of my real arm once I get it back from the pesky bee. Last time I saw my right arm, he stored it in a stasis preservation cube. Maybe that stupid hornet would starve to death if we keep him trapped in my outlair for long enough. Waiting it out is one way, sure, but a fixer at Vespa's level can take procedures that allow them to last long without food or water. We don't know what kind of arguments Vespa has, which means we don't know when or if he'll actually die of starvation. Tell me, how will Vespa rampaging in your workshop affect you? It'll take some time to restore the Atlier first and foremost, and by some time I mean a considerable amount of time. I'll be dead weight for a good while. At least it's a relief to know that your body and mind will be alright. I'll use my brain to work out how we'll deal with Vesper, so you can let yours rest. And Erza, how did you manage to manifest your psycho moment? Erza is wearing her mask now. A distortion has become visible again. I bit a new cigarette in my mouth. I miss my pipe. Hehe. I consulted my junior here about it actually. I was thinking maybe I could get stronger if I learned to use Psycho Moment, so she taught me the knack of it. Yuria, I don't believe a knack alone is sufficient to manifest the Psycho Moment. I gave her a pendant in addition to that, another prototype of mine. I watched the footage of Erza Sunbei fighting the skeleton titan in Tay Young Produce Co. over and over again and carved a pendant that I thought would be compatible with her. The pendant I made is a catalyst for manifesting Psycho Moment. It also helps shape the Psycho Moment according to the carved mental image. Oh, okay. A catalyst for manifesting Psycho Moment. And it also helps you mold it somewhat. That will be quite useful in the future. Carving one is a time-consuming process that I need my Atlier to even begin with, though. I could become stronger thanks to you, Junior. Both of our problems come down to Vespa being trapped inside the Atlier. I need my smoking bike back, and Yuria needs her workshop back to fully realize her capabilities. Nothing has really changed. I need to meet up with Han Hee-jun in District 11 and dump his... True. Just dump this beehive on him. You know, as insane as it is, nice way to get revenge, I'll say. A very nice way to get revenge. Well, what should we do with your body, Yuria? Oh, about that. When I explained her situation to Faye, she said she'll take care of the body until we get back. She's being too nice to us. The poor guy whispered, well, I don't give a shit. Hey, he's involved in the business of killing or be killed, and he's a taboo hunter. He should be prepared. Perhaps she wishes to ensure that her father's life is not lost in vain by providing safety and comfort to the people he died to protect. In any case, I'm in no position to refuse the hospitality. I took the cigarette out of my mouth and ground it into the ashtray. It's time to start preparing for the trip. A funeral for Zhang Lei and his deceased subordinates was held for 3 days. The funeral was conducted according to the traditions of the East, Zhang's region of origin. Fei remained in the funeral parlor from start to finish of the ceremony. Looking at the portrait of Zhang Lei smiling at the camera, I couldn't help but be reminded of a photographer I met some time ago. Ah, at least this one has somebody to. At least Zhang Lei has some people to be remembered by. To accompany Ezra on a shopping tour to workshops for some time, the fixers of Do Gui office and its sister offices escorted us throughout the leave, as though we were noblewomen. In fact, the escort didn't stop when we were back inside. They stood guard vigilantly around our office and made sure that no intruder would dare approach or harm us. I spent the rest of my time talking with Faye about the distortion, about what happened to her and how she should live out her life hereafter. The time passed steadily. Alright, so we're just cutting in, huh? 30 minutes until the warp train departs. Well then, it's time. I puffed my last cigarette in the smoking lounge. Warp trains, they always reach their destinations in the blink of an eye. Ezra waves at me from the platform, carrying her dimensional bag over her shoulder. She must be thrilled about this. I put Yuri in my coat pocket. I made sure to tell her to act like a doll for a good while. Faye and the fixers of Gui office came over to see us off. Ezra and I sat in our seats on the train. Was it first class tickets? Wait, was it first class tickets or is it this economy class? Yeah, I think it was first class tickets. Hmm. We're finally leaving. We faced so many vicissitudes up until this departure, alas. A trip, I'm so excited for it. Most likely economy since seats are mentioned. So I guess in this case it would just be a case of memory wipe, huh? Hello, Lux and Conan, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. I need to finish this and also form up water now. But yeah, as you can see, we're just reading now. We're not taking notes as it was disrupting the flow of reading, to be fair, quite a bit. And I figured since this is my last, what's it called, reading stream for Distortion Detective, and I plan to read the rest on my own whenever I have time, since I'm just going to be busy in January going forward, and I want to get back to Canto 7 the day after tomorrow stream. Yeah. I stopped taking notes at chapter 17, as you can see. Ezra, what awaits us there might be even more intense than the things we've gone through recently. And food too. I've only seen the food of the southern districts in pictures, so I've always wanted to try it myself. Yeah, let's help ourselves a fair bit when we get there. Oh, yeah, I closed my eyes, and when I opened my eyes, we were already at our destination. The warp station in District 11, where the nest of K-Corp is located, where Han Hee-jun is, and where that person is. Okay. Well, surely nothing bad happened. Part 1's epilogue and Part 2's prologue. I guess I should stop at chapter 22. What's a good stopping point? Actually, let me just be right back. This will be a good stopping point if you're remembering right. Okay, so when does the next arc end? What, at like chapter 32 or something? I mean, I could stretch it out for today's stream and go ham on it. To be fair, I could do that. That's why I'm asking. I think chapter 27. I feel like if we can go till like chapter 32, I'd say it would be mission accomplished. Ignoring the fact that just the amount of notes I'm gonna have to take whenever I continue reading this at my own time. Hey, at least I'll get to know information, right, beforehand. No Matrix, think of your sleep schedule. I mean, I'm usually going to sleep at like 1 a.m. or at 12:30 a.m., so it's fine for the most part. And right now it's like the only 8:30 at the moment. Writing notes consumes a lot of time because I have to pay attention to what happened, recall all of the information I just read, and also neatly organize that information, right? To be perused later. Not really what happened. I mean, notes for me is like basically it's my notes, so majority of what happened, some cool facts and laws along the way. Because I do want to remember stuff and talk about stuff that I find interesting. The water should be warmed up. I'll be right back. Hello. Wait, did I? Okay. I thought, why was I not hearing anything in my headphones? Oh, because I muted the game music, that's why. Well, anyways, hello there, Hickory. No, I'm a Hickory. Welcome to the stream, how you doing? Hopefully you've been having a day, continue to have a time on stream. Where to read, it's a post type. I should probably link it, to be fair. Hold on, I'll link it in chat right now. There you go. That's where you can read Distortion Detective. Anyways, let's continue on with the chapter 22. Yeah, I guess I should probably go until chapter 27 and stop. Yeah, let's be more considerate for our sleep schedule today. And I do want to wake up a little earlier than usual. And by that, I mean like before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Since, fun fact, it's gonna be my bestie's birthday tomorrow. So I'm just gonna be spending the whole day with him at his house. Anyways, let's continue with chapter 22. Part 1 epilogue and part 2's prologue. It's to face the past. I had to be confronted with it someday. Greetings, Dr. Moses. You have come at last. A familiar pair of arrogant eyeballs await me right outside the warp train. The way he speaks infuriates me even more. At last, he says, like I had any choice. I was caught in the shrewd trap he set up. Those words could only very well mean as I expected. Didn't you tell us to come to your workroom? The association? I came here to pick you up instead because we have no time to lose. What happened to your right arm? It's appalling to see him assume an air of concern. Ezra, deal with whatever he has to say with me. I'll be in the smoking lounge for a bit. Right. It's fine if I talk about Limbus rather than the Distortion Detective, since I want to chill a bit here. Didn't want to get spoiled, so I just flat out refuse to comprehend what you're reading right now. Nah, it's fine. Just don't talk about anything, at least for story spoilers, or don't drop any hints that may be connected to story after Canto's. Basically, starting from Canto 7, and you're good. Feel free to talk about any story I mean, combat things or anything like that. I don't mind. Oh wait, I should drink more water. Well, I've been streaming and playing. What's it called? I joined at the last 3 days of Limbus company, so I have started streaming. We just finished Warp Train, Intervello around about a week ago, I'd say. Wait, did I just? Oh, did wait, did I accidentally change my expression? All right. why, why didn't anybody tell me? I thought you guys were working with the goofy expression. Oh, bro. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I've been streaming Distortion Detective for the past 3 streams and also taking notes. But since this was the last one and I wanted to get back to Canto 7, and I wouldn't have the time to. I thought that was the default. Don't worry, I don't know when the fuck I mispressed like a keyboard click, a button on the keyboard a keyboard key, and activated that. But no, this is the default one. I have other 8 expressions besides this one. I just forget to use them every single time. Anyways, let's continue onwards. I'll be in a smoking lounge for a bit. Got it, detective. Moses? Is that really you, Moses? This voice. That son of a bitch, Han Hee-jun, screwed me over in more ways than one. Perhaps the real meaning of his "at last" was "in spite of everything." Detective! Ezra quickly stands between me and the unwelcome guest. Ezra's here too. I missed you two so much. Her despicable voice, her sly eyes, and her pitying gaze towards us. Dears, please just leave. We can't handle this, not today. Ezra pleads in a quivering voice. Moses, dear, I forgot all about what happened that day, so can we go back to how we used to be in the good old days, pretty please? That person hasn't changed one bit since that day, from her appearance to her demeanor. Okay, so any possible Runa spoilers? Don't say anything unless I ask. I am aware around about half of the story of Lobotomy Corporation. I have never touched it. It was several years ago through a playthrough. I'm aware about some plot details in Runa as well, like 2, I guess. Some systematic information like the rankings of the threats in the city, some fixes and other things. But yeah, that's about it. I'm mostly Limbus only, though I have read Leviathan as well before Canto 6. So yeah. That person hasn't changed one bit since that day, from her appearance to her demeanor. Right, Heejun? It's all in the past, isn't it? Han Hee-jun stays silent. That day, I led hundreds of people to death. I wanted to save them from Deus's arms, but I could not. What? I led hundreds of people to death? Deus? What shady bullshit were you plotting with its Hey Young Produce Co. in District 14? Holding in my feelings, I quietly asked. That thing, actually. Lady Dias, I'm afraid we'll have to take a rain check on that. Dr. Moses has to take care of an urgent matter for the association right now. And Heejun intervened with a laugh. Oh, really? That's too bad. Do invite these two to my home later, okay? Understood. I'll arrange it as soon as the doctor finishes her mission. We sat in the back street of Han Heejun's voice. None of us were willing to speak first. I gaze out the window. The reason I've come to District 11, it's not to make money, keep my name in the association, or to solve distortions. It's to face the past. I had to be confronted with it someday. As I explained 2 months ago, 7 Association wants the distortion in its hold. Doctor, are you two listening to me? At least I am, Hee-jun Sonbei. Ezra answers in my stead. We're heading to a rural village. Our association has been keeping an eye on the place for the last 2 months, and the time is ripe to harvest that fruit. Are you saying the town has been ravaged by the distortion already? I opened my mouth. No, it's a peaceful place, but it is distorted. Even I could tell, and I'm not capable of seeing the distortion. The car stopped in front of a street. We've arrived. You can get out. Erza and I stepped out of the back, and Hee-jun lowered the driver's side window. Walk down this street for around 15 minutes and you'll find a small village. And what exactly am I supposed to do here? I haven't received any documentation detailing the mission. I took a pack of cigarettes out of the inner pocket of my coat and held a cigarette in my mouth. Ezra lights it up. Dr. Moses, your smoking pipe? Surprised, Han Hee-jun asked. It's a long story. So care to remind me what we should do here? You'll see once you enter the village. Your work is to investigate the place and draw a congruent conclusion from it. Afterwards, report what happened in the village to the association. I swung my hand at Han Hee-jun as a gesture that he's told me enough, and as such can sort off now. Dr. Moses, this will be a rushed job. I puffed smoke into the air, and Hee-jun raised the window back up. Please survive. He just won't stop being an ominous sod, leaving us behind. He drove sodly away. Ezra, Yuria, get ready. Yes, Detective. Ezra tightened the grip on her dimensional bag. That was too cramped. Yuria climbed out of my pocket and assumed my shoulder. We walked along the narrow street and headed into the village. In District 11. Oh, that's District K? A village. Deus? Oh yeah, that's an Egyptian-inspired staff. Oh. Gotcha. Chapter 23, Quercus Village. Interesting. Alright, I'll be right back. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Alrighty, we're back. let's continue, shall we? If you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you very much. Not going to be mentioning memberships or super chats. That can be left for when I start Canto 7. Anyways, let's continue forward, shall we? Chapter 23, Quercus Village. Right now is the season for the harvest festival of our town. It's 10 in the morning, and the sun beams down on the somber alley. We walked up the winding street. There are many unknown paths like this in the back streets, uncharted streets not shown on any map. Walking into an unfamiliar street poses a great risk. As in the case with the nests, each area of the back streets has its own culture. Unexpected savagery could be waiting around the corner. Walking down the street for around 15 minutes as Han Hee-jun instructed, I could see a sign that read Quercus Village. He didn't bother to give me a detailed description of this town. What are the cultural characteristics of the village? Are there any taboos? Anything? Will it be okay for us to readily set foot in this village? It probably will be. As much of a shady creep as Han is, he's not the type to lead us into death in such a primeval way. I took some time to smoke at the entrance before entering the village. Detective! Detective! Do you want me to prepare for combat just in case? Ezra asked, and I shook my head. Because we have no idea what this place is like. We shouldn't let ourselves look nervous. Let's act natural and pretend that we're travelers. Sunbay would be perfect as a food tourist, exploring local eateries. Yuri added. I smiled a little. That certainly does fit Ezra well. That doesn't sound bad. We'll disguise ourselves as traveling writers who tour small restaurants in the alleys and streets corners around the city. My work is to cover the venues and evaluate the quality of the food. As for you, Ezra, you can be my traveling partner and bodyguard. A person who goes around corners of the back streets would need someone to escort them, which justifies your use of force. Gosh, I love that idea. I want to be a bodyguard that also judges food. Do as you wish. And Yuria, don't say a word outside of emergencies, and keep your voice low when you have to talk. When you do have to talk, it'll be a hassle to explain how a teddy bear can move and speak to the townsfolk. Duly noted. I ashed my cigarette in the portable ashtray. All right, time to head in. When I entered the town, I couldn't believe my eyes. It's a quiet and cozy place, and lush flowers and grass line the streets. I see houses and buildings in vibrant colors that do not match the grey tone of the city. Brick houses that are about 2 to 3 stories tall, wooden roof. This beauty and peace is what you would expect in a nest somewhere. How could a town outside of the nest be so calm and pleasing? I know that there are many alleyways known to only few, but I've never visited a place in the back streets that is as snug and tranquil as this fairy tale town. Perhaps it's my knowledge that is shallow. Maybe there are more places like this out here. Out there. Wow. Ezra seems to be struck with amazement as well. I looked around to see if there was any villager I could talk to. Not a single person outside. Perhaps it's obvious. This is a weekday. The townspeople likely have jobs to do and money to earn. Even then, this is eerily quiet. Looks like I'll have to poke around the buildings in the town. A restaurant should be an ideal starter. Ezra, look for eateries nearby. Will do. Ezra takes the lead with brisk steps. She seems quite excited. I lazily follow her along. This town appears to have about 50 households. The population would be 80 people. A diner, cafe, or pub. There had to be at least one of those venues. Detective! Detective! Over here! I found one! Ezra waves her hands at me. Looks like she found something. I see a door with a sign that reads Demar Tea House. Hearing the clanging of chimes, Ezra and I entered the cafe. It's a small venue with 4 tables and a floor spacing of 15 pyong. Oh? Oh, welcome to the shop. The voice did not seem to expect a guest. Is this place open right now? I asked. Yes, yes, of course. I presume you don't get customers at this hour? You see, our town is in a rather remote spot, so I rarely had any visitors outside of the townspeople here. Oh dear, they're a little wary of us. I suppose this is a closed village, as I suspected. I must say, I was surprised as well. I never thought I would stumble upon such a beautiful town in an unexpected place like this. Ah, pardon my manners. Let me introduce myself. I'm Momo, a traveling gourmet who seeks out unknown restaurants in obscure locations, and this is my partner. I'm Miss Momo's partner in travel, name's Aziz. That's a false name just as elaborate as mine. You're travelers, I see. Our town certainly is pretty, but I'm afraid it's not famous for its food. It's fine. Finding new restaurants on the streets I'm visiting for the first time is a genuine pleasure to me on its own worth. I'm Dway, owner of Dema Tea House. Oh, let me bring you the menu. We chose a table and took a seat. It's a charming little tea house. I can feel the warmth of a wooden construction. The afternoon sunlight shines through the windows. A sense of serenity and relaxation, which is a rarity in the city. It's like a luxury that only those in affluent areas can have a taste of. Say, glutton. Oh, then, okay, I need to stop taking a glance at what's coming next. I should slow down. Oh, it's only just that a true alley restaurant connoisseur should try out every dish on the menu, right, Miss Momo? Ezra, you glutton. Slow down, Miss Ezes. Did you forget that our rule is to only try 3 dishes the chef recommends? I lightly pinched Ezra's hand. She uh, frowned a little in response. Davy looks at us with a smile, seemingly amused by our little banter. Oh, hey, isn't that doll Commie the Red Bear? It's a teddy bear character that was famous for a while before it got discontinued. Co- what? I was confused by the question that came completely out of left field. What's a Commie? As I asked naively, you idiot. You're supposed to go with the flow, not ask questions about what is common knowledge to them right away. This will only make us look more suspicious. All right, you said you're travelers. I guess you're from a pretty far away place. The character was still pretty popular in its time, though. Yuria slightly tremors on my shoulder. She must have a thing or two to say about that. This was a gift from an acquaintance of mine, actually. I understand you're a big fan of cute characters like this, Miss Ezes. Didn't you know about this one? I gave Ezra a subtle signal. Oh, Kumi the Red Bear. Yep, I do. It'd be a crime for me to not know Kumi. It's Kumi. An awkward pause. And sees honesty is the best way out of this. We're from the northern side of the city, so we don't know much about what goes down here in the south. The north? You come from so far away. I've never left District 11 in my life, let alone go anywhere near the northern areas. Well, you could say the same for most people in the city. I gave a serviceable response. It's time to change the topic. Well then, Dewey, I would like to order 3 dishes of your suggestion. Okay, please wait warmly. Dewey went in the kitchen. I could hear the sounds of tableware rattling. I looked out the window. There's still no one out on the town streets. Is this town always so quiet? I talked to the kitchen with a somewhat loud voice. Right now is the season for the harvest festival for our town. People who have got time to spare are preparing the ceremony at the town hall. A period of celebration, a closed village, and unique customs. Not a good combination. Things like this usually follow a formula, and the formula usually ends with a creepy cannibalism ceremonies or cultic carnage parties. However, if this was one of those predictable cases, Section 2 of the 7 wouldn't have bothered to entrust me with solving it. I'll take a straightforward approach. A harvest festival? Could we join that festival if you don't mind? Depending on the villager's reaction, this could be categorized into one of the 2 types: rejecting outsiders or actively inviting them to participate. In the case of the latter, there is a high possibility that the outsider ends up becoming the sacrificial lamb. This one, being a welcoming kind, would be much more convenient for us to resolve this mission. It's simply too much of a hassle to try and sneak in to a festival that excludes outsiders. Of course, a festival becomes merrier with more people enjoying it. Dewey came out of the kitchen with food for us: black tea, pancakes, and omelets. Explain. Ezra's eyes sparkled. Well then, enjoy your food. I'll go ask everyone in the town hall. Thank you. Smiling, Dewey left the restaurant. What do you think? It was quite orthodox. You think so too? Yep, a fairly sweet vanilla flavored pancake, a moderately soft omelette, and a moderately fragrant cup of black tea. All standard. I placed my head on my forehead. I guess I should just leave her to fill her stomach for now. I ran my eyes over the tea shop again. I don't see any parent anomalies. There's nothing more than a cozy tea house. Some time has passed. Door chimes rang as Dewey returned to the tea shop. Miss Momo, Miss Sezes, the townspeople gladly agreed to let you participate. Should we head to the town hall if you're done eating? Quite the welcoming kind. I have no reason to refute it. The faster this job is done with, the better. Will do. Miss Sezes, did you enjoy the meal? It was overwhelmingly satisfying, Miss Momo. We left the restaurant to follow Dewey. We left the restaurant. Okay, I already read this. The time is just past 1 p.m. The village is a fascinating sight to behold. If I ever earn the right to retire and live to an old age, perhaps this is where I'd choose to spend the rest of my life. While I was immersed in such thoughts, we arrived at the town hall. This appears to be the widest building in the town. Everyone, here are Miss Momo and Miss Sezes, the visitors I told you about earlier. Ezra and I nodded a greeting. There are about 40 people inside the building. Each of them bids us a welcome. This is not good. I looked at Ezra and back at the townsfolk. Now I understand why Han Heejin gave me the job. A pleasure to meet you. I am Domus, head of this village. I heard from Doway that you two are travelers. Yes, we are travelers who search for restaurants around the corner of streets. I am Momo and this is Ezra's. Hello! Ezra cheerfully greets them. Thank you for allowing strangers like us to join the festival of your village. That's the charm of traveling, isn't it? Besides, festivals are more fun when there are more other people to celebrate together. The townspeople are making effigies out of tree branches. We'd like to help you out with the preparation. No, you've come from a far place. You deserve some rest. I believe participating in all stages of a festival, starting with its preparation, is the way to truly enjoy it, as you mentioned. Thomas laughed. You raise a good point. What's the deal with K-Corp and Random Village, I wonder? Then I'll let the people here. I'll tell the people here that you two are helping out as well. We helped the townsfolk with preparing the festival for a while. I carefully watched them while we worked. What I see confirms that the suspicion I have is not just my imagination. Is there a place where I can smoke in this village? I asked a villager standing next to me. Oh, you're free to smoke outside as long as there's no one's around. Just make sure not to throw the cigarette butt on the ground. Sure thing. I stepped out of the town hall. The clock struck 4. There's still not a single person out in the town streets I can see. I went to a remote place and pulled out a cigarette, and I placed a hand at my forehead. Detective Moses, did you figure out anything? Yuria whispers. I puffed out smoke. Yes, I cannot see the distortion from any of the townspeople here. Okay, that's actually concerning. Simply because of the fact that it's either A, everybody here has a psycho moment, or B, it's an adjacent case, it's a similar case to the monolith, but I don't think that's the case here. Chapter 24. The emotions of life. Here's the provided kanji, I think, for it. Interesting. The festival is about to begin. Well, before I continue actually with this, let me... Another Be Right Back. I know I've been having quite a few Be Right Backs in the streams, but that's just the nature of having Be Right Backs, and I actually get to sit up from this chair and walk around a bit. I mean, get up from this chair and walk around a bit, right? Give me 2 minutes, guys. Alrighty, we're good to go now. Last bit of water, probably. Actually, probably not. Okay, let's continue, shall we? Chapter 24, The Emotions of Life. The festival is about to begin. You can't see their distortions? But that has to mean all the villagers have psychomant according to our theory so far. We'll see soon enough. Also, yes, I remembered to be right back, to remove the be right back screen. I stared at the cigarette smoke I had just puffed out. If I had my smoking pipe, I could have used the white breath to grasp the truth of this village and the situation a bit more easily. The pipe and whisper, it's like thinking about overdue homework you procrastinated on the whole night. I walked back to the town hall. Miss Momo, Ezra waves her hand at me as if she were waiting for me to come back. Dewey is next to her. What's the business, Miss Ezes? You see, Miss Momo, it's almost time for dinner. So they're asking us to aid them with preparing food for the festival. They thought epicures like us would love to see the process firsthand. Oh dear. I'm not cut out for cooking. Oh, but Miss Momo is terrible cook. What do we do? How I wish I could smack her upside down. Her upside the head. I'll help you out by your side, so don't be anxious. Dwayne kindly spoke. And my wife is here to help as well. Nice to meet you. I'm Miu. Let's all work together to prepare the food. I can't see any distortion from this person either. I'll try though, as May says as mentioned. I'm not exactly skilled in the culinary arts myself. Don't worry too much about it. We make special kinds of soup for the festival. Miu said. A special dish. Human meat would be too cliche for this case. Ezra and I followed the two into the kitchen inside the town hall. Around 10 people are gathered into the kitchen, preparing ingredients for the food. The kitchen feels as snug as the rest of the village. The earthy smell of flour dough filled the air. Dewey and I stood before the kitchen counter. Ezra went to help me with preparing ingredients. We washed our hands with soap, and I wore the apron Dewey gave. So, what are we going to make? Bread and soup. It's rather simple for foods served at a festival. The plainness is what we are trying to make here. Your mind becomes contaminated when you fill your stomach with delicious, extravagant food. Eating extravagant food contaminates the mind. Is not an expression people would usually say. Contaminate the mind? That's a novel way to put it. You think so too, right? It's what our leader says. They work tirelessly for the mental soundness of our townspeople. This festival is a part of their efforts. Will the mind become healthy after participating in the festival? Of course, you'll get to experience it as well, Miss Momo. During the festival, we wash away all the filth from our minds. Maybe that's why our town hasn't had any crime at all, unlike most other towns. While Dewey is speaking, something emerges from their chest. Tiny black arms crawl out. Ooh, the distortion is manifesting. What is this? Did the person just say something that provoked their own mind? Ezra and Miyu begin bring cleaned ingredients to us, and Dewey puts the ingredients in the pot one by one. They wait for some time before adding each ingredient. Is there a specific order you're supposed to follow or something? Is this festival held every year? No, it takes place monthly. That's a little different from most festivals I know. It must cost a tidy sum to stage it every month. Although we call it a festival, it's actually rather simple and modest. We only serve bread and soup in these festivals, just like what we are preparing now. It doesn't mean we put little care into cooking the food, though. A festival where the mind is cleansed, held once per month. This smells like a religious rite. Furthermore, the soup has no meat or any animal protein. It's cooked purely with greens and vegetables, carrots, potatoes, mushrooms, and more. It's an average vegetarian food. Denouncing meat as an impure food is a belief commonly seen in many religious activities. Okay, Miss Momo, let's season the food with a pinch of salt now. A festival where the mind is cleansed, townspeople whose distortions cannot be seen do a sudden manifestation of the distortion. I need a few more clues to draw out an answer. Wait, Miss Momo, that's sugar, not salt. Ah, the cooking is almost finished. I didn't see any suspicious ingredients such as hallucinogens being added to the soup throughout the process. The festival is about to begin. People sit around tables for 6 in the town hall cafeteria. Bowls of the soup we made are placed on each table. Loaf of baked bread is put in front of each of us. Our table consisted of Ezra, Dway, Mew, myself, and lastly the town leader, and along with a couple of life-sized wooden effigies. They're the figures that townsfolk were making during the daytime. The effigies also have soup and bread placed in front of them. I looked around. There's a stage at front at the front of the dining hall. On the stage is a steel chair. The cafeteria is structured in a way that people can see the stage from the tables. Miss Momo, it's completely devoid of meat. Ezra whines, sitting across from me. I ignored her. There are more important matters to address. I can now see the distortion from the townspeople. The degrees of their distortions are all mild and slight like Dewey's. I reckon not everyone in this town has joined this festival. There are 57 people in this dining hall, excluding Ezra and I. No, that's not the case. All the villagers have gathered here. The town leader answered. The town seemed to have about 50 households. If it's true that these people are the whole population of the town, that would mean most of them live alone. However, if I take the wooden effigies into account, the total becomes 102. That isn't far from our estimate. It's even possible that these effigies are occupying seats where the townsfolk used to be. Where have they disappeared to? I need to investigate that. You must be remarkably pure of heart, Miss Momo. The town leader spoke graciously. I don't see any filth in you. A mysterious phrase. Oh. Now, everyone, let the harvest festival begin. The town leader stood up and announced with a loud voice, "Let us laugh first." All the townsfolk burst out in laughter at the same time. That's a strange sense of coordination. Including Dwayne and Mew, I laughed along. In a festival you're joining for the first time, you have to observe the mood and the people and follow their behavior accordingly. Ezra awkwardly laughed. The collective laughing fit went on for 10 minutes. When the town leader abruptly stopped laughing, the townspeople simultaneously quieted down. The town leader sat down. The distortions of the people progressed a little. Let us eat the soup. The leader spoke. With majesty, the soup has a clean, savory taste. The bowl wasn't too large, so I could eat all of it before 5 minutes passed. Let us gush out our anger, you filthy, heinous bastards! The town leader lashed out at the wooden effigy sitting at our table. People all yelled profanities too vulgar for description at the effigy sitting at their tables. What are they upset about? Dwayne and Mew are doing the same, swearing with forbidding faces. Ezra and I followed suit. The townspeople's distortion progressed further once again when the town leader stopped cursing. The whole cafeteria fell quiet. Let us eat the bread, the town leader said, slowing their ragged breath. It's an ordinary loaf of buttered bread made from flour. The loaf is about the size of a fist. It doesn't have any particular flavor. The people quietly ate the bread. Crunch. I could hear a loud noise of teeth biting into something hard next to me. The way started bleeding from their mouth. A black object was inside the bread they were holding. That seems to be what broke their teeth. That thing feels familiar for some reason. A black object. A round of applause following the town leader's words. All the people clapped in unison. Dewey, go to the chair. Yes. Dewey slowly rose from the seat and walked to the front of the dining hall. They climbed to the stage and sat on the steel chair. Let us all cry for Dewey, who will receive all of our filth. The town leader says, gritting their teeth and dropping tears. Something in the dining hall waits. The people cried their hearts out for Dewey. Something starts happening. The distortions of the town folk grow severe. The leader puts a tiny black box on Dewey's head. Oh, it's a piece of monolith. The thing bears a closer resemblance to the box we saw at Tae Young Produce Co. No, the only difference is the size. I see now. I have to put a stop to this if I want to save Dewey. My head is ringing from all the cries. The box begins to vibrate. Detective Moses, this is... Yuria whispered. Ezra, pull Dewey out of the chair right now. Got it, Detective. Ezra sprinted from her seat without delay. This is similar to the case of Tae Young Produce Co. Distortions flow out of people. A stream of distortions akin to a river is made. The extracted distortions seep into Dewey, who's crying. Miu screams as the distortions manifest from her body. Her distortion is then pulled out of her, flowing to Dewey. Dewey is taking up all the distortions of the villagers. In other words, in their words, they're receiving their filth. The place is filled with the sound of laments. Dewey's body gradually swells in an unstable manner. This is driving me mad. Ezra stormed out to save Dewey, but she soon falters and kneels down. Even Ezra's distortion is about to be pulled out. What happens if the distortion is extracted from a person? Will the mental scars associated with it be erased? No, this is not the time to think about such things. I smashed my right elbow on the table. A blade extends from my prosthetic arm. The dining hall is still ringing with sorrowful cries. Stop what you're doing this instant. I held the blade of my prosthetic arm at the town leader's throat. Everyone, let us rejoice now, rejoice! The town leader shouted without so much as a flinch. The townspeople cheered. Their shouts of joy could be better described as screams. Let us bid farewell, make this their parting a joyful one. As soon as they finished their words, the stage floor beneath Dewey opened, causing them to fall through the gap. A dull sound was heard moments later, judging from the interval between the fall and the echo. The basement space isn't deep below. The stream of distortions follows Dewey into the space below the stage. The trapdoor begins to close. The screams of bliss continue. Ezra, we need to go after Dewey. I ran forward and helped Ezra up. Curses. The trapdoor is about to close. I used all of my strength to get up to the stage carrying Ezra, who was on the verge of fainting. I pushed her down the opening before making the fall myself. I fell on top of Ezra. We thankfully didn't fall from a height too high. When I looked up, the ceiling was already shut on us. I can still faintly hear the cheering of the townspeople. A putrid... smell stings my nose. I had a look at my surroundings. Detective Moses, Look over there, Yuria said, her voice shaking. You've got to be kidding me. I placed a hand on my forehead. This is a prison. The distortion of distortions. This isn't the distortion of a single individual. It's an amalgamation of people's distortions. There are 45 of such distortions down here. They match the number of wooden effigies I saw above. These are multiple distortions condensed into large masses. I cannot begin to speculate the cause or abilities of these entities. Yeah, we're still ongoing. Welcome back, Firefist. The way moans and squirms, their flesh expands and bursts, and from the ruptures, arms and legs grow out. A swarm of butterflies come forth. Supersets pour out. Utterly unfathomable distortions start crawling in our direction. I don't have my pipe with me. Ezra is lying unconscious. Fortunately, there's a door behind us. Yuria, can you open your workshop now? I quietly spoke. Huh? Yes, I can. Then summon it now. Understood, Detective Moses. Yuria hopped out of my shoulder and touched the steel door. Now, if I could open this door. I pulled the knob of the steel door, however, it won't budge. I used a fairy I'd been keeping in the inner coat of my pocket and gave it another try. The steel door still refuses to move. That means this door isn't a locked portal that leads to another space. This is functionally closer to a wall. It has been sealed from the outside, defined as a door that won't ever see its intended use. The distortion is getting closer to us. I kept forcefully pulling the doorknob with all my might. My right arm was stretched tight. I have nothing else but the motor strength of my prosthetic arm to rely on. This is an expensive arm Ezra picked for me, hoping that Ezra's choice of prosthetic was correct. I pulled the doorknob using all of my strength. Steel chaffing against the door frame produced a loud grating noise. The ear-piercing screech drew the attention of a bestial distortion, which then started running toward me. Damn it. The screws in my right arm squeak, and the joints connecting the prosthetic arm on my shoulder are starting to break from the strain, blood leaking from the open gaps. This hurts like hell. I shut my eyes tight and squeezed out my strength one more time. With a roaring metallic noise, the door swung open. A flash of yellow light bolted across the room in a straight line. A gaping hole was made in the body of the beast-like distortion that had almost reached me. The yellow harpoon got lodged in the wall on the opposite side of the room. Vesper stands in front of the door. Vesper stands in front of the open door with matted hair and a haggard look. He looked around for a bit before drawing his yellow huado. Dr. Moses, you'll have to take responsibility for what you've done. Glaring at me, Vesper spoke in a deep voice. Don't be mistaken, I'm not offering you a deal this time. This is a threat. Chapter 25, The Cellar. But before that, we'll have to handle the situation. I assume these creatures are of a similar nature to what was filmed in your footage. Vesper mused before charging into the distortions. The creatures, each distorted in their own right, are slashed with the same blade, leaving a yellow trail in its path. When Vesper lifts his right arm, the harpoon stuck in the wall returned to his hand. It seems his broken arm has completely healed up. He slashes one distortion after another with flamboyant yet disciplined movement. A pointy tentacle rapidly extending from a distortion gets sliced before it reaches him. A beastly paw swung at him falls to the floor as a trail of yellow light passes through it. After neutralizing each distortion, Vesper thrusts his sword and harpoon into them to end them for good. The subdued distortions soon restore the human form, albeit its corpse is brutally slashed and cut. I suppose this is the law of the phenomenon, taking its inverse inevitable course as they are transformed back into the humans, the distortions that had been shrouding them scattered away. They're most likely returning to the people who they originally belonged to. Vespa continues to advance without a hitch, creating yellow trails with this blade. If my prediction is correct, the most dangerous distortion should be lurking in the deepest corner of this room, the victim of the first festival, who had to take up the distortions of 100 people. The shape would be positively unimaginable. In our current state, there's no reason to take a gamble by confronting such a being. All we need to do is find a way out of this dungeon. Vespa, the distortions. A yellow harpoon grazed my face and nailed itself to the wall behind me. Blood flowed from the cut it bore on my left cheek. Silence, Dr. Moses. I do not wish to converse with the person who broke my trust. An obvious consequence. If you dare to run your mouth to me one more time before I ask first, my blade will slit your throat next. Nothing I say to Vespa will get through to him right now. I tapped Ezra on the cheek, who was still unconscious. There is no mask on Ezra's face, which means Dewey has a hold of Ezra's distortion, among many others. For Ezra to come back to her usual self, Dewey must die. This is the casualty. This is the causality. I cannot solve the distortions here using my usual methodology. They are the distortions of so many people merged into one. It's impossible to face the past of each and every one of them. The only option remaining is to physically dismantle them like Vespa is doing. However, as a result, while Erza could return to normal, we have to kill all 45 people trapped in the cellar. Moreover, what will become of the townsfolk who will be subject to the accumulated backlog of their own distortion pouring back into them at once? Well, it may be possible to solve the distortions that only possess a single texture each, as opposed to the amalgamations down there. These distortions will be severe, to say the least. Distortion of a singular pattern. Now I see the picture. It was that son of a bitch Han Hee-jun's design to cause this. Distortions tangled with impurity are not what the association needs. A pure distortion manifested from a single person. If we took care of all the distortions in the cellar, there will be 57 unmixed distortions overgrouped up for grabs. Saving everyone was never a viable option in the first place. There was no saving this town the moment the town's people started passing the distortions on to one another. The most reasonable choice I can make is to help kill all the distortions in the cellar, and to solve the unmixed distortions that will manifest in the whole town hall above with my methods. If I woke Erza up and just ran away with her, I'd fail to save anyone. I need my smoking pipe, but the pipe is in Vespa's possession. Yuria, is there any equipment in your workshop I could use? Huh? Are you going to use it yourself, detective? Yes. Those gadgets were all made with Ezra's sun-based strength in mind. The force will be too strong for you to handle. I just need something that can land one huge blow. This prosthetic arm can deal with the recoil. Wait here for a moment then. I'll fetch something useful from my atelier. Yuria ran to her workshop. I searched the room for Dewey. Ezra can regain consciousness once Dewey had been disposed of. With Ezra awake, I will be able to talk to Vespa without losing my head. Many times have I sacrificed the lesser for the greater in my life. Whenever I make such a choice, I cannot help but feel as if a corner of my heart was being cut out. I see a distortion that appears to be Dewey crawling in a corner. It's not hostile. It wriggles on the walls, spewing butterflies, bubbles, paint, and other things from its body. Here it is, Detective Moses. You can equip it on your right arm. Yuria handed me a giant glove. It looks like a power gauntlet made for Ezra. Careful, Detective. The device was built specifically for Ezra Sonbei to use. I put the gauntlet on. Yuria? How do I use it? Clench and unclench your fist twice. Then make a fist. Throw a punch once the gauntlet turns red. What I can do for them is to end them in a single blow and make it as painless as possible. The way may not be aggressive for now, but they might retaliate fiercely if I provoke them. I closed and opened my hand as Yuri instructed. The glove vibrates, releasing hot steam. My hand was always forced, even when there seemed to be choice, and there was always a right answer. I was obligated to choose. The glove was heated. Streams of steam escape, creating an intense noise. Whisper turns his head to catch a glimpse of me, then goes back to slashing distortions. I threw my fist at the wall. The sounds of crushing flesh and exploding mechanical parts rang through the cellar. Detective Moses! Yuria shouted. I grabbed a painkiller from my pocket and injected it into my chest. The way returned to human form, or at least their lower half did. No one will be able to tell this chatter was away with its upper half missing. My face and clothes are smushed with bits of flesh and blood. The prosthetic arm has been reduced to pieces from the recoil, its components scattered all over the floor. My right shoulder was gone along with the arm. As Yuria expected, the force of the device was simply too strong for my body. It served its purpose nonetheless. A mask appeared on Ezra's face. I shambled to her and moved my left hand with as much strength as I could muster to wake her up. Detective? You're awake. What happened to your arm this time, Detective? Oh, Detective, you've done it again, getting yourself hurt while I was away. Ezra scolded me in a tearful voice. It's not like I voluntarily walk into harm's way. Okay, now I need to get my pipe back from Vesper. Vesper? Yeesh, what is he doing out there? He made it quite far already. Talk about inexorable. Explain the details later. Ezra can't manifest psycho moment like the last time because Yuria couldn't use her workshop to make more pendants, but we can still bluff. Ezra, stay alert and ready yourself for combat. A harpoon will come your way in a moment, I quickly whispered to Ezra, and she nodded as she put on her combat glove. Hey, Vesper! The flash of yellow light caught my eye. Zing! A harpoon came hurtling towards me. Ezra quickly deflected it by kicking it shaft with the right leg. Harpoon fails to reach me and gets stuck on the floor. I believe I warned you not to speak to me. Wesper was standing in front of me before I knew it. He was covered in bits and pieces of distortions as well. Do you wish to put a conclusion to our conflict now? Wesper said. Sweeping up his rumpled hair, he looks haggard and gaunt, but he doesn't appear tired at all. His eyes still gleam with energy. Think you can handle us in that condition? Shaking dust off her hands, Erza boasted. Do not be mistaken. I'm not offering you a deal this time. This is a threat. I looked into Vesper's eyes. If you don't follow my orders, you'll die here. Besides, you are in District 11. Did you just say District 11? Vesper lets out a deep sigh. It's understandable this news would hit him like a bolt from the blue. Then again, we merely did what we could to survive, and Vesper hunted us in order to get his work done. I shouldn't let emotion get in the way of this factual matter. What do you want this time, Dr. Moses? My pipe. Vesper took out the pipe out of his coat and tossed it to me. I caught it with my left hand. And my right arm? I ate it. After all, I had to survive by any means. In that instant, Ezra charged at Vesper with incredible speed. Ezra struck. Yeah, I can imagine. He's a fucking N-Corp, what's it called? Taboo hunter. That's just standard procedure for these fuckers. Ezra struck Vesper in the right cheek with a fist. Vesper instantaneously retaliated by striking his left knee into her chest. The two got into a melee, unfazed by each other's blows. What a doggish mess. It's like the fight between a golden retriever and a Doberman. You want to guess his grade? Probably grade 1. Most likely grade 1. By his combat prowess. I won't go as far as to say he's a color, because I feel like that wouldn't make sense quite yet. But anyways, save that information for yourself. We shall see if the story tells us anything. I've lost my right shoulder. Even if I get my arm back, it will no longer be possible to attach it to my body. And I'm not a purist when it comes to body parts either, as I took a quick step back and stood in front of me. Vesper, you said you saw the footage, right? I have, Vesper replied, spitting a bloody sputum onto the ground. The beings here are much the same as the creature in that video you saw, in essence. People with the know-how call them distortions. These are not ordinary distortions, however. They were artificially created, and are, in fact, distortions of multiple people mixed together. It would be easier to understand if you view them as something similar to the infamous pianist. Are they not similar to the monsters in the outskirts, anyway? You could say that. Point is, simple physical force may not be enough to deal with some of them. There's no guarantee that their attacks will be physical either. Didn't you feel it as you progressed further in? How should we terminate them? Kill them with fire? No, you'll need the powers of my smoking pipe. Yuria, I could use a twining ribbon. Yes, Detective Moses. Yuria went into her workshop. Dr. Moses, what is the purpose of taking up such an occupation? To learn about the distortion. Are you saying you acted out of simple curiosity? You're rather selfish. Thanks to you, I've lost quite a few things. I won't deny it. I'm a selfish person, as you said. I only act for the sake of self-satisfaction. You should know that neither of us are following some noble cause to begin with. You aren't seeking sympathy from me, are you? Vesper glared at me and put on a faint smile. You're right about that. We are simply doing our jobs. Detective Moses, here it is. I worked as fast as I could make it. Yuria shook my leg to grab my attention and handed an orange ribbon to me. Erza, tie this ribbon to my pipe for me. Got it. I held the smoking pipe adorned with orange ribbon in my hand. I missed this sensation. I blew a white breath into the pipe. The white smoke shrouds Vesper and Erza, as well as permeating into his yellow wando in her gloves. What is this now? It'll protect you from psychological damage some distortions will inflict, and the attacks you perform will leave more than just a physical impact. This is a method devised by Yuri and I, based on the capability of the white breath to protect one from mental attacks. We perceived the idea that it could perhaps be used in an offensive way to cause the same kind of damage. The preparations are complete. We will head deeper into the cellar and take care of every distortion in this place, and solve the distortions of the townspeople above. Vesper, when this is over, I'll do what I can to straighten out your situation. You certainly have a way with words, I will admit. Well, now, let's head into the deeper areas. Yes, Detective. Vesper and Ezra led the way, with Yuri and I in tow. The distortions assumed more distorted shapes the deeper we went. Ezra crushed them with her fist, and Vesper cut down the ones in his way one by one. The areas we passed through we littered with the bodies of people who were freed from the distortion in death. I placed my hand on my forehead. I still haven't grown indifferent to the weight of actions like this. It feels as though I'm constantly committing sins. Despite that, we must advance. With Vesper and Erza's forces combined, the distortions are easily dealt with. Soon enough, we were faced with one final distortion remaining, inhabiting the deepest area. In spite of the white breath coiling around us, merely looking at it makes my head pound. It takes the form of a spear of flesh that floats in the air. I cannot begin to imagine the desolation and anguish this person must have felt during the distortions of 100 people. Wesper throws a harpoon at it right away. Blood spurts from the wound it left on its body. However, the harpoon couldn't dig deep into it. It only stuck on its surface. Dozens of arms radiate from the globular distortion at once in response. The arms are all shaped differently, each composed of different types of matter. Vesper swiftly severs the arms and tentacles coming at us. Ezra pulls back and loads up strength on her arm, then lands a fist on the harpoon stuck in the distortion for a smashing blow. Propelled by the impact of the punch, the harpoon managed to tear a sizable hole in the distortion body. The gigantic heart lying at its center was exposed. That needs to be destroyed. The hole is slowly closing up. Ezra, stop the open wound from closing. Vesper, cut the arms, trying to grab Ezra. Yuria, tie a penetrating ribbon around my pipe. Ezra jumps into the distortion to forcefully spread the rupture open. Vesper wards off the threats approaching Ezra. Yuria jumped from my shoulder onto my arm and tied a purple ribbon around my pipe. I took a deep, violet breath. The pipe assumed the shape of a matchlock rifle. Detective, the walls are closing in too tightly. I struggled to brace the gun against my shoulder using only my left arm. Dr. Moses, we need to act quickly. I have only one shot, and I must make it count. I put forth all of my concentration. Detective! I pulled the trigger. The bullet flew past Ezra's head and hit the distortion's heart. The spherical distortion squirmed and boiled for a short while, then blew up with a deafening blast. A stream of distortion poured out from where it was and flowed away. Covered in blood and flesh, we stood before the corpse of a young person whose heart was punctured. God dang, alright. Okay. I guess the last be right back of the stream. Hold up. I am reminded of why I love this crew so much. It seems like we may encounter more and more of this, the Incorp Hunter guy, Wesper. There are no more distortions left in the cellar. All that remains are the bodies of 46 people. Go ahead and tell us what to do next, Dr. Moses, Wesper asked me in a cynical tone. We should go up, of course. I can't put my hand on my forehead or smoke from my pipe anymore. I can't seem to move my left shoulder as I will. I twisted and moved every part of my body I could to aim the rifle with only one arm, but I guess that wasn't enough to mitigate the gun's recoil. My left shoulder is dislocated. My right shoulder is gone. I'm completely powerless. Ezra, please carry me on your back. You bet, Detective Vesper. I want you to exert physical strength on my behalf for a while. I can only take responsibility for you after we have finished this job. If you wish. Vesper gave an icy reply. Ezra picked up the smoking pipe on the floor and held me in her arms. Ezra, I asked for a piggyback, not this. It's easier for me to respond to danger in this pose. Can't believe I'm being carried like a bridge at this age. I yielded myself to Ezra's embrace. Yuria was sitting on top of her head before I noticed. Leaving the cellar, is going to be a fairly easy task. The floor of the stage we fell from didn't appear to be very solid, and it isn't too high above us, so Ezra and Vespa will be able to easily break the ceiling and secure us an exit. The real problem is what comes after we go up. I'm frankly afraid to imagine what kind of scenery might await us. We traced our way back to where we fell. Yuria closed the door to her workshop and withdrew it. When we opened this steel door again, a heap of rocks was waiting on the other side. The wall of large rocks, crudely and dogishly piled on top of one another, is reminiscent of the town's people's vehement disregard. The exit is right above us, Vesper. Am I to slash open the ceiling? Yes. Vesper brandished his blade without asking further. After a few trails of yellow light flashed in the air, the stage floor broke down. Ezra smoothly dodges the debris falling from above. We jumped up to the ground floor. When we got up, carnage was unfolding before our eyes. The polychromatic scene stimulates and overwhelms my mind. A hellish landscape we could do nothing to fix. This might be one of the 5 most detestable sceneries I've seen in my life, right? This is what is destined to happen when distortions are intertwined with each other. This is not like what happened in the cellar. While the distortions I faced down there were akin to people with multiple heads, each asserting their own thoughts, the ones here are independent beings expressing their unadulterated desires. I should have known that better than anyone, yet I was oblivious of the fact. No, I merely buried it in the back of my mind, not wanting to bring it up again. Dr. Moses, I regret to inform you that I'm not capable enough to control the situation, Wesper said in a low-pitched voice. Detective Moses, the situation here looks worse than in the basement, Iria said, hiding on the back of Ezra's head. I can hear Ezra gulp from nervousness. The distortions, each different from the rest, are killing each other in their unique ways. The strong harass and tear into the weak, as if to flaunt and demonstrate their powers. The scenery is the true manifestation of the town's collective mind that had been suppressed until now. A glaring variety of colorful distortions grapple and rip one another. This is what I call the festival of the town. Can I really manage to save one of them? Noticing our presence, some of the distortions turn to us and fix their gazes. A white-furred beast in the shape of an ape that has no eyes, a red terahedron with 8 eyes, a yellow mantis with the head of a lion. I sense hostility from those 3 entities. Vespa and Ezra will be able to handle the ape, the mantis somehow. The tetrahedron, on the other hand, my pipe will be needed. I closed my eyes and I made up my mind. Ezra, put the pipe in my mouth, please. Yes, detective. I ought to save at least one of these distortions. The choice I made in the cellar will be pointless otherwise. Ezra placed the pipe to my lips as I asked. I let out a deep, pale breath. It's the sensation of life force leaving the body. This breath is beautiful, for it is respired at the cost of life. A translucent turquoise powder taking on the hue of appetite scattered over the town hall. Casting a blue glow, the powder adheres to the distortions. They begin to slow down not long after. This is the powder of death. It brings the living closer to mortality. Death signifies silence and cessation. All living things are brought to a stop. My lungs aren't big enough to exhale a breath that can stall this many distortions at once. Still, it'll earn me some time to confront at least one distortion. Even if I can only save one of them, I will do what I can. Damn it, this might very well be my last breath. Detective, you promised not to use that breath! Ezra blew a gasket. I ignored her furious scolding. Whisper, don't strike the distortions unless they attack first. I'm afraid I won't be able to obey that, Dr. Moses. Whisper reached for the hilt of his sword. It had appeared that his patience has reached its limit, and yet I thought I could reason with this young man to an extent. A blast similar to the explosion of fireworks was heard from outside the town hall. And footfalls rumble the ground all at the same time. I can hear the steps of multiple people, all wearing shoes. Familiar footsteps I've heard in the past. A group of people in black long coats and golden masks adorned with a single symbol of an eye storming into the building. Fixers under Dias's immediate supervision. Ujjat. They form a dark wave as they wield their scimitars and ruthlessly charge into the distortions. So that's how it is. The distortions, rendered immobile by the pale breath, are helplessly incapacitated by one. Please forgive our abruptness, Dr. Moses, and I must say you didn't disappoint. I knew I could trust you to subdue the distortions of this town without unnecessary casualty. Han Hee-jun walks towards us from the town hall's entrance. This request wasn't issued by the Seven Association. Han Hee-jun, he once again serves as DS' obedient little lapdog. He always has. I'm a hypocrite. Once again, I couldn't save anyone. Well then. Our party and Wesper were moved to a corner of the town square where we sat down to lick our wounds. Ujjat, the private military force. It's a private military force under Dias's command. Cleanly sorted out the town's situation. They cage the distortions and make assiduous preparations to transport them, as well as treating our injuries with great care. Ezra won't say a word. She still seems upset about me using the pale breath. Then Han Hee-jun approached us. Dr. Moses, have this cup of warm tea as you rest. What is Dias planning to do with the distortions? How can I possibly grasp what's on her mind? Anyway, I didn't quite expect you to be with Westo Capro, the taboo hunter of N-Corp. Is he that famous? Those in the know are familiar with him. I work for Seven Association, you know. Ezra and Wesper are sitting next to each other, still keeping their mouths shut. And I brought news for you, Wesper Capro, sir. Is there any sincerity in a thing Han Hee-jun says? He knows everything he needs to know, even the fact that Wesper will be with us. What is it? Han Hee-jun handed an envelope over to Wesper. He opened it and took out the letter inside, shortly before crumbling it and throwing it to the ground. Oh. Han Hee-jun, give this poor fellow a shirt or any clothing to put on. It's embarrassing to look at you now. The jacket and shirt Wesper was wearing has been torn to rags after repeated battle. As you wish, Dr. Moses. Han Hee-jun beckoned his finger to an Ujjat who brought him a white dress shirt. I'll invite you and your company to Lady Dias's place once this has been tidied up. Let me ask you something, Hee-jun. What is it, Dr. Moses? Is it fun to mess around sitting on the top of my head? It's not very pleasant, to be honest. After saying goodbye, Han left us and walked off to the site of apprehension for the distortions. I hear that you can see the distortion from people. Looking at me, Wesper asked. Yes, I answered, smoking a cigarette with my patched up left hand. Then tell me, Dr. Moses, what do you see? from me right now. I see the tattered wings of a bee on your back. Oh! I shouldn't laugh, but all I'll say is, hey, you take some and you win some, you lose some, buddy. Unfortunate, unfortunate. You just happen to involve yourself in the wrong job. Unfortunate, buddy. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I do not have any semblance of any sort of sympathy for any of the taboo hunters. Any of the wings, in fact. You work for the wing. Yeah, nah. Get out. Vesper has been expelled from N-Corp. Expulsion. Well then. Womp womp. Chapter 27, The Mansion. Once again, I set out for a fallen nest. We are in Han Hee-jun's car, driving down the road. Udjut's vehicles follow us, loaded with distortions they have captured. The atmosphere in the car is comparable to that of a funeral. No one dares to speak first. Only Ezra is being fidgety, struggling to withstand this mood. She's not one to break the silence, though. Where are we headed? It was Vesper. He opened his mouth and spoke in a raspy voice. You've been invited. You'll be able to give your tired and injured bodies a much-needed rest there. Han Hee-jun answered. You're headed to Diaz's place, I bet this is awful. I can already picture what will happen once we arrive in my head. Huh? Right now I have no choice but to play into her hands. So, have you passed a little test? Yes, my personal impression is that your way of handling matters and the results it produces are excellent as I thought, Dr. Moses. I'm certain my lady will think likewise. Sure she will. Driving along curvy roads, we arrived at a mansion lit with fanciful lights, a back streets. Inhabitant couldn't ever dream to earn a tiny room in a house like this, even if they worked their tail off for their entire life. To add insult to injury, this isn't a house where Diaz permanently resides. It's a vacation home, a place as significant to her as a pair of shoes stored in the corner of a closet that may or may not be worn someday. She probably owns at least one mansion like this in every nest. Oh. After we step out of the car, Han Hee-jun leads the way for us. Before long, Daeus comes running to me with open arms and hugged me. Moses, sweetheart, you must have taken great pains to get your job done. Good work, darling. I see you're still having fun playing with me like a puppet on a string. Don't be so cold about it. I knew you could do a wonderful job handling it. Right, Hee-jun? Yes, indeed. I smell extreme manipulation. That's what my instincts are screaming. A sudden growl interrupts the conversation. Ezra's belly is such an honest alarm. Sorry. Oh, Ezra, I knew you were starving, you poor baby girl. I prepared a ton of rare dishes for you. Come on, let's eat together. Get the sassy boy clad in yellow dine as well? I asked, pointing at Vesper. Diaz answered in a completely apathetic tone. Okay. More than 100 kinds of dishes are placed on the long dinner table, and only 6 people sit around this table. That means most of the food will go to waste. Each plate of food on this plate probably costs as much as a house in a residential area of the back streets. In that sense, could this meal be considered extravagant? Such a description only applies to consumption beyond one's measure. Diaz can easily afford this and more. To her, this meal would be the equivalent of purchasing a sandwich at your local Ham Ham Pang Pang. Of course, gotta get the local Ham Ham Pang Pang promotion. I'm sure you set up that scheme behind because there's something you want me to do. Cut to the chase, will you? Can you go to the L Corp's nest? Dia says with a merry smile. Alright, so Fallen Nest. Why did I have a feeling we would end up there one way or another? Are you referring to Lobotomy Corporation, a wing that recently fell? Ospa said impassively. Mm-hmm. Deus replied to him without so much as giving a glance in his direction. You still haven't done away with that dream, huh? Of course not. I'm a girl with many dreams, you know? Isn't that right, Ezra? Yeah. Hellcorp. Once again, I set out for a fallen nest. This is the first time making a journey to such a place since the Smoke War. It brings back several memories. The night is long, Moses. Let me tell you all about the favors I want to ask of you, taking all the time we need. Oh, for the wing's sake. Translation notes. No, we are not seeking Ham Ham Pam Pam product placements in the English text. Mr. Jinghoon has included them in the original dialogue. Bro, the translators had to specify. Oh. Okay, chapter 27. Alright, when does the next arc start? Because I feel like I could make it if I'm interested. It's the unfortunate part here right now. I'm interested. But yeah, question. When's the next stopping point? I want to know. Because as... this is a perfect stopping point, but I'll see. If I can manage it in like an hour and a half, then sure. If not, then yeah. The end of the chat. Wait, you mean chapter 42? Because of how long the arc was going on for. Oh. Well then. Thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I really appreciate all the support I've been getting. And for all the World Watchers I couldn't catch it live, remember there's the comment section down below to give out all your thoughts, musings, or anything else you might have issues with. Anyways, we shall see you in the next one. Thank you for watching, guys. Good night. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm ending the stream now. It's enough for today. This is enough for today.